Hear you. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Chapter 34 of Known Realms Tolesh. I've been such a good boy these last 3 weeks, or more than that, and just saying the actual name of the show. I've been doing such a good job. Head pats, please. Thank you much. Before we dive into tonight's adventure, let's go ahead and introduce our players, starting with Angie.
Hi, hello, I'm Angie. Agonethetic on the internet, they, them pronouns. I will be playing Xio Marino this evening, he, they pronouns. And this has been an awful week, and
I'm not trying to laugh at you, it's just that transition was fucking yoink. Go on, I'm so sorry.
This has been such a bad week for me. But I'm back. I'm back in Civilization 1. You can make with that what you will. Back in Civilization. And happy to be ending my week with some of my favorite people and not in the woods being attacked by...
Not in the woods being attacked.
Being attacked from sundown to 3 a.m. in the morning.
Damn.
We're here and surviving and persisting. The horrors persist, but so do I.
Oh, Angie, come on. Lean forward.
My big forehead. Someone made fun of my forehead.
Being rude.
They were like, you have a big forehead. And I was like, thanks?
You said thank you?
I didn't know how to react.
Thanks. All right, next up, Lou. Guys, Lou's not here this week.
Hi.
It's a good bit.
You don't have to be so judgmental, you know. This is a good time to announce that Lou is doing some life stuff, and she's going to be taking a couple weekends off. But you can look forward in the next month or so, a couple guests. We're going to be having some phenomenal people, and you know what? I'm feeling quite giving today. So our next guest, who will be joining us in the next couple weeks, is the one, the only, Tolly, that's Barnaby, of Unprepared Casters fame, much fame, incredible internet persona, incredible person. They will be joining us in the next couple weeks. So,
the Zorro to my Sanji.
Look forward to that. And since Lou's not here, on to Button.
Hi, my name's Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on the internet. I love Tolly, and I hate whoever made fun of Angie's forehead.
That's it?
That's me.
What if I said it was Tolly?
Then they'd love it. Then they'd love it, because they're a hypocrite. Tell me I'm wrong.
They would never.
That's not true, and you know it.
It was not.
They would make fun of your opinions. They would never make fun of your forehead.
They would never make fun of my appearance.
The way in which they've called Angie a small little guy, I don't know.
Affectionately. I don't feel like...
All right.
Are they making fun of your height? I'm reevaluating.
I am a small little guy.
Mm-hmm.
You're a small guy.
With a big heart and a bigger... Kidding.
Cock. They were going to say cock.
I thought you were going to say that first. So I was like, oh, it's surprisingly wholesome.
Wait, you thought they were going to go big cock first?
Yeah.
I respect
It's
it.
this big.
Damn.
It's a big dick.
Button, introduce yourself.
They already did.
Oh, okay.
They already did. All right. So I want to make this interesting because I've been bad. Who wants to help me with the recap? Whoever does gets advantage on their first roll of the night. You guys can help each other and both get advantage.
Monroe drove really fast.
Yeah.
And
have seatbelts been invented? Important. Yeah. Okay, good.
Important question. I think they did, but he did the thing you're not supposed to do, which is when you think you're going to get in an accident, both of your hands should remain on the wheel. Don't put your hand over someone else. That's bad. That actually doesn't help them at all. That's just going to break your arm and then their solar plexus.
Fun facts from Known Realms Tolesh.
That's all. We had a spicy dinner, and he talked about how he wanted to murder some people from the Magus Arcanum who one of whom is at the munitions depot for the Dew family. Echinacea was not cool with it, but they did get steamrolled because they don't have a solution for where to put all the bad people while they try to restore to practice restorative justice. Echinacea has no solutions, they just have ideals, and they're grappling with the fact that that's insufficient.
Mm-hmm. And objectively, Monroe did good in making sure to be honest with Echinacea, but Monroe needs to learn tact.
Monroe needs to learn how to be a good friend.
How to be a good friend and tact, and how to understand that, hey, certain people you got to be a little bit more careful with. There's some...
Or everybody deserves baseline care and consideration.
Yes, absolutely.
There's that too.
Absolutely.
No. Dig into someone's trauma and then tell them that the foundation that they've built themselves for the past month is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. I think in between this dinner, Lazuli and Richter did a little bit of outside reconning of the munitions depot and came out with the knowledge that there is a devil in there. What the fuck? There's a devil in the munitions depot. So
there's one of them. Lazuli was pretty shooken up.
Mm-hmm.
Button, you look like you're about to say some things.
That Lulu talked to Xio. Did Helitis talk to Xio immediately after, or was that not until the end?
Yes, Helitis did talk to Xio a little bit after. This is when Xio was going to bed, and Helitis just offered a reminder that he was there, but Xio did not have to engage until they felt ready.
Yes. Xio is not quite ready.
And then, after said zesty dinner, the crew checked in with Echinacea, who was then set to go meet with Uldiel Earlshade, a knight of Kolyada, leader of the Winter Court. And upon hearing some upsetty spaghetti feelings from Echinacea, the crew's like, "No, we're gone.
We all jumped. We all jumped Monroe. And
oh my god, it was, what did Lou say? 10 paces in whatever direction you prefer.
Yeah, and Xio hissed at him.
Xio? Yeah, Xio is the furry, isn't he?
No, stop!
Okay, there's a Venn there are two wolves inside of you, right? Both of them are furries.
What do you... I don't understand.
I'm just saying Angie and Xio are furries. Angie's one wolf, Xio is another wolf. They're both furries.
They're both furries, yeah.
Nothing I'm saying is true. So, with that, Monroe got a strong talking to. A strong talking to from Lazuli. Xio was very kind with Echinacea and ferried them away from that rat piece of shit. I don't know why he's here. I don't know why people like him. Well, most people don't. Then the group entered the Pugilist pub and saw one Uldiel beating the dog shit out of a bugbear. She's revealed to be a trickery cleric. And after that, conversations were had between Echinacea and Uldiel. Uldiel...
I learned that I'm only 360 because I only spent 2 weeks in the Feywild.
Only 360. Hey, look at that.
My husband is now a solid 200 years older than me.
You know, elves are weird, right?
Elves are weird.
Elves are weird.
I also don't know him.
Y'all... Do you want to go over what happened in that conversation? I also don't know him.
Learned some things about the Winter Court and the Shadow Court, who seems to be working in tandem with fucking Vaymir. Bad man, bad times. A lot of information that we already knew was reiterated, but in a very helpful way. And Uldiel handed over the Sigil Sphere, which can be used to disenchant the Cursed Blade Rhyme, which is controlling Kolyada, making her do shitty stuff, all at the behest of Kervaith, the god formerly known as Coralon, who is wiping out his lineage, which includes the husband I don't know. Using the husband, I don't know as well. He's also
he's also a bird-coated knight who's just sweeping the streets like a Dark Souls boss, fucking killing his lineage. I really was like, oh, your backstory? We're gonna go Dark Souls coated on this boy.
I was like, you build it. It'll be so interesting. It is so sad and bad in here.
Sorry.
What is new? What is new? Because Alec just loves to make the most tragic men.
I should have known.
The thing is, don't trust white men to build your backstories, okay? Never do that.
Yeah.
We're
Or
white
do.
men, and we're not
Yeah,
to be trusted.
They'll end up becoming a tree and setting themselves on fire.
Oh my god.
That happened
Angie.
to an Alec character recently. Now you all get to know.
Angie yelled at me in my DMs.
I did.
While I was at the hotel. They messaged me at 1:30 in the morning, and they're like, hey, Charlie's telling me about Cedric. I'm pointing a fucking finger gun at you, dog. That was the exact message. Yes. So after this, Uldiel pledged to follow Echinacea, and in understanding and respecting, seeing that Echinacea is the only person that worked to try and heal Kolyada, Uldiel bent the knee and offered their service to a fellow healer, offering honor binding themselves to Echinacea to help in this quest to not only free their husband and stop Rhyme, but to heal Kolyada as well. The group then heads back to the humble abode.
Thomas,
yes!
a Corporay showed up.
The Corporay,
Yeah.
which you guys,
Shadowkai.
yep, the Corporay that you saw from Echinacea Session 0 at the end of that session finally came back.
Yes.
And reconnected with Echinacea.
He also taught me how to save the other Mind Guard Corporay, so
Okay.
I get to do that now. I got so many people to help.
So many people to
And then we messaged Wit.
We did. We messaged
that's
Wit
right.
and to inform him about a possible way to remove the primordial orbs.
Yep.
Wit sounded quite like made a mental note and also questioned why they were interested in helping and if it came with a price. And there was a bit of a back and forth between Echinacea and Wit. Echinacea being like, no, because Xio's not like you. We are not like you. We're not doing this for a price. We're doing this to help. And Xio wanted to remind Wit that phoenixes rise from the ashes, and Wit's response to that was, I am not a phoenix.
Honestly,
Yeah.
kind of bars. Bars. Then the group headed back to the humble abode.
Mm-hmm.
In that, what's your name? Angie, we're getting some static from your mic. When you're talking.
Static?
Just a little bit of static when you're talking. It's still a little crunchy. The group went back to the humble abode. Xio cuddled up with Lulu. They had a very cute cuddle up as they went to bed. And I believe that is when Helitis said the thing.
Yes. Is there still static happening?
Nope, you're good.
I'm not hearing it.
Nope.
Okay.
Lazuli and
Odd.
Richter did a small check-in and then went to bed. And then Echinacea entered their room to find that Kaelin had bought them new books, set new flowers in the room, and had ended up in the most baby girl way possible, falling asleep in their bed. They did their best to not cry audibly. He's a cleric. That perception's high. And the two went to bed together. Not in that way. We wake in the morning, and we're going to wake up with Xio. Lulu kind of unfurls and just sort of stretches like really far out, and is just, good morning.
Xio. I feel like Xio has been awake for quite a bit of time, just kind of laying there.
Okay.
Awake, staring at the leaves and this tree created for this dimensional space of theirs. And without wanting to, it's very much that my cat is sleeping on top of me. I cannot move.
They've dictated that this is the spot they will live, and I can't do anything about that.
It is both of that and also a lot of thinking about the previous situations with the Brightfury and this druid individual. So once Lulu wakes,
A hamburger.
Xio. Pardon?
Sorry, continue.
Oh. Once Lulu wakes, they get up and they scratch on their Lulu's snout
She's sort of
and I think I need to go see if I can learn some things about what's been going on with the Brightfury. Would you be okay staying here? And if anyone asks where I am, just letting them know that I am trying to get answers.
okay. Yes, I can do that. Will you be safe?
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, that sounds stupid.
I know.
I don't like that. I know that you like that. I do not like that.
Well, I don't want to. Don't know if I should involve anyone else.
Okay. So, can I be catty for a minute?
You can always be catty, Lulu.
You are here with a group of people that have been here for you through a lot. And you've exercised last night specifically that you are willing to be there for them. So, I think as long as you ask, I don't see why people would not want to accompany you. Is that what catty means?
I don't think that's catty at all.
Oh. I thought
I think
catty means truthful in a harsh sense. I felt very harsh saying that.
if you feel harsh saying that, I would like to see what it would be like for you to be angry.
Angry is not an emotion I've ever felt before.
I love that.
Big, like, toothy grin.
Yeah. I think that's why I love you so much.
I love you too.
Maybe I don't ever want to see you angry.
I'd be super scary.
You'd be the scariest.
She like a cat, like her back kind of curls up. She's like,
so Xio will be like, okay, I won't go by myself.
Smart. Because last time you went and did something by yourself, you were accosted by 4 Griffin Knights.
That's true. Well, I wasn't gonna go do something stupid, though. I was just gonna go...
Were you going to do something stupid when that happened?
I don't think... And my reactions to things, I don't ever think of them as stupid.
Well, I know. But what I'm saying is you went to the boiling point to have a conversation, and then that happened. So, it feels like stupid things just find us. All of us. And I don't like it.
Well,
I don't like it when it happens to you. I don't like it when it happens to Lazuli. I don't like it when it happens to Echinacea or Nivien or Sir. I am mad. I have felt anger before. I lied.
Oh, you are scary. You're very scary right now.
Pouting like a toddler. She's just very upset.
It's like, look at those. Look at those fangs. So scary. Xio's going to get up and then head downstairs and see if anyone is awake.
Yes. Once you head downstairs, you see it's one of those fall days where petrichor is ripe in the air. Rain is still falling. The clouds are gray. They're kind of like wet leaves on cobblestone. But you see Lapis cooking, and you see Richter just sort of sitting and like kind of flipping through. He's like, "Have you seen Lazuli?" And I woke up and she was gone.
No, Lazuli is gone.
I mean, it's not unlike her to be transient, it seems. So,
no, I think I would know that. I've known her longer than you, Richter.
Absolutely. I'm asking that. I was asking you.
No, she just doesn't just up and disappear without. Zio's going to.
I mean, sometimes.
Zio's going to locate object on Lazuli's goggles.
Oh, that's very smart. That's what, 1,000 feet?
At 1,000 feet, yeah.
Nowhere.
Nothing. Got it. Oh, let me go ahead and do a full rest too, because I didn't do that long rest.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Confirm. All right. She's nowhere close, although wouldn't really even be that much.
I investigated the room. There's no sign of a struggle or a break-in or anything like that. So I mean,
are there any of her? Is any of her equipment still around?
Yeah, some of her equipment. I tried reaching out on the sigil, but I don't think she heard me right away. So I mean, you could try now.
Yeah, I think when they're reminded of the sigil, like Zio's like, every time Zio turns on the sigil, it's like a tap, like Mike. Tap, tap, tap. Lazuli, where are you?
Oh, hi. Yes, I am taking care of something, but I will be back soon. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. I promise.
That's vague.
I'm okay. I'm just... It seems an exciting development of this Hagrot has been revealed to me, and I'm...
Hagrot?
being asked to do some help. But I'm fine. I'm fine.
By who?
Well...
Damn it.
Well, you know, the hag?
Lazuli.
It's actually good help. Trust me, it's fine. I'll be
what
back
good?
soon. I have to go. Zio, I'm safe. I'm not under duress. And Lapis and Richter are there. It's fine. I'm okay. I promise.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Okay, I need my Lazuli ranked. How is that?
That was really good. You're so good at impressions.
It was the well.
Well. Okay. You see Richter just sort of. Okay.
Why didn't you go with her?
Because I didn't know. What?
That's true. He was like, oh yeah.
What? She answered you. She didn't answer me. So.
Where's Echinacea?
We're gonna transfer over. Echinacea, you feel a shifting in your bed as a small wooden tray is placed on your lap. There are egg. Angie, are you good?
So. Okay, I'm good.
I'm normal again. With eggs, cut up fruit, toast, coffee, tea, and orange juice. As Kaelin just sort of, good morning. I made you breakfast in bed. I imagine you haven't done breakfast in bed yet, and I wanted to do something nice.
Are we allowed to eat breakfast in our beds?
Absolutely. He sort of takes a little fruit and eats it. He also,
thank you.
Of course, he scuttles over, grabs his own tray, and like sits at the edge of the bed, and, like starts kind of cutting up like little waffles.
They are like cocooned in a fluffy blanket, and they sort of scoot up to look at him. Pick up their coffee. How are you doing this morning? This is very nice.
You looked like you had a hard night. I know that you had conversations with Uldiel, and I imagine that was a lot. I've said this before, and I will say it as many times as I feel it's necessary, but you can always talk to me about those things if you need to. It really looked like you were having a hard time, and I want to be here for you. I hope that dinner with Monroe was good.
It was important to hear what I needed to hear.
What did you need to hear? It's clear that he looks a bit concerned. Just with the general, like the shift in tone.
Well, I've been running around like I can solve the world's problems, and I don't have actual solutions. I just hoping for the best, and that's not going to help people. But I'm also... Oh, there's this look of shame. I'm not willing to kill people, and that means that burden falls to other people who are strong enough to carry it, and that's not fair to them.
Wait. The burden of taking a life? Taking a life is a choice. Did Monroe try to tell you otherwise? Because the way I see it, we're still working out the means, but people deserve to be helped.
Yes, they do. But if they don't want to be helped, and they want to keep hurting people,
then you find
then
Sorry,
then...
please.
No, what were you going to
No,
say?
finish your thought. I don't want to talk over you.
People keep hurting others and won't stop. It's very cowardly of me not to choose. I don't think I can kill people. And I think that means that when people are hurting others, the burden and the weight and the responsibility of it falls to people like Monroe who are willing to. And that's not fair to him.
I think that if people do not take to rehabilitation, they need to be put in a system that can keep them and others safe from them. I don't think that people get to decide who lives and dies. And I don't think you're a coward for not being able to take a life. Do you think I'm a coward for the same?
I don't know.
He just sort of...
I don't know anything. And I keep trying to move through the world like I know anything. And I don't. I don't know anything.
He just kind of leans forward. I imagine they're still kind of holding their coffee. His hands just sort of take to their shoulders and just start rubbing up and down. I know. You are operating with a limited memory and trying to tackle a lot of big things. And that's overwhelming, and that's scary. But like we talked about yesterday, there is a beauty in learning together. I truly believe the things that we've talked about, being able to heal people, to help instead of kill, I think that there is a place in this world for that. And
What if we let the wrong person go and that person hurts people?
then it will be something that, if they are in our care, we're responsible for. But...
And then what do we do?
I think we do what we can to hold them responsible without taking their lives into our hands. What they choose to do with their life, even in the action of taking others, that is their responsibility to bear, not ours. If we believe in the truest depths of our minds and our hearts that people have been healed, it is not our fault that they prove us wrong. The only thing we can do is our diligence.
What is that?
Ensuring that we do what we can to help people understand and grow. To learn that they don't have to rely on killing. That there is change possible. But I think he looks a little defeated. Much like you felt in the moment, there is the, we're not going to be able to change everybody, right? There's that same realization. The goal is never to control people. And I know you know that. You care about autonomy more than anyone that I've ever met. So, there may not be people who change. Just because they don't change doesn't mean we didn't try hard enough. Nor does it mean that what we do has a lessened value.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know anything. I don't know if that's true.
How do we know unless we try? Sorry, it's Angie fucking #1 sports fanning this.
I've talked about this with Button. This exact phrase.
The issue is that you don't know what works until you try, and that goes in more than one direction.
Absolutely.
And I'm still not willing to kill someone, and it is cowardly when I know that it could be a solution, that I leave it to Monroe, that I leave it to people who are willing to do it. I'm just learning things about myself, and I don't like me right now.
Sorry that you're feeling that way. I know that it doesn't change how you feel, and it is not said to invalidate your feelings. I like you very much. And I do not think you're a coward. It's not lost on me that you are not willing to call me a coward either. I still will work every day to not take a human life. I understand, and I think that the guilt that you're feeling and the sense that you're putting a responsibility onto someone else, I understand why you feel that way, and I'm sorry that you feel that way. It doesn't seem like this conversation was a gentle one.
It was fine.
Was it?
Yes.
Did he ask how you were feeling?
I can't remember.
Button, is this a deception?
Nope.
Or is this a genuine they don't remember?
They don't remember. And I think that scares them.
Yeah, absolutely. Is he supposed to come here today?
Yes, I'm going to make him a prelude.
His eyebrow kind of furrows. Not at them being willing to do so, but just thinking about his treatment of them and then being willing to spend 8 hours after something like that. He just sort of... Would you be opposed if I had a word beforehand with him?
Helen, I'm not in charge of you. I may do whatever you
No, but I respect your feelings. And I respect the fact that the both of you have experienced something very similar to one another. And I would never want to step on your trauma or supersede my boundaries with you. I ask because I want to respect your feelings. Because I do respect your feelings.
Whatever you have to say, I trust you. I trust you.
I just want to ask... I just want to ask him to treat someone he calls a friend more like a friend.
He was honest with me.
But at the expense of your feelings. You can be honest.
I don't.
You don't what?
I did not make it easy.
That doesn't make your feelings unimportant. I'm sure you asked questions. And I'm sure you pushed back because you don't believe in killing people. Did he ask to understand your perspective? Or did he choose to defend and push his narrative?
He knows a lot more than I do. You all do.
That still is not the question I asked.
No.
Even if I'm trying to be honest with you, there will be things we disagree about. I guarantee it. We're two different people. I will ask how you feel when we have disagreements. I promise. For someone who understands what you've been through, he should afford you the same courtesy.
He has been through worse. He has been through worse. He deserves patience.
So do you. Monroe's a person that remembers his entire life up until this point. You both have been through so much. And I'm sorry for that, but it is not fair to compare your experiences. You have hundreds of years of memories that were taken from you. Lorien, Uldiel, Kolielda, the other Corpore. Yes, I believe that Monroe has his struggles and his traumas that he is contending with, but his traumas should not be yours to bear. Because I don't believe that he is bearing yours in the same way right now. Do I think Monroe is a person that can grow? Yes. Do I think that he's doing this to be intentionally malicious? Not necessarily. I think he's learning how to be a person again. But he should not do that at the expense of you and your feelings. Does that make sense?
No.
That's okay. If I can say anything, it's this. Just kind of both of his hands just very tenderly squeeze their shoulders. You are a person. And you deserve patience, care, and consideration. just like Monroe does. Your feelings are not less than his. Can I affirm something to you that I've said in the past? You are one of the bravest people I've ever met. Despite so much, you keep trying. And it still inspires me to this day. And your feelings are valid. And I understand it's hard to feel that right now. And I'm sorry. Is there anything that I can do for you?
No. Thank you, Kaylin. I know you're not a coward.
No, you're not a coward. Sorry, the breakfast was supposed to be calm after a hard night, and I didn't mean to push.
No, it's very nice. It's so nice.
Those are my favorite kind of omelets. Points at his, and he's like, I don't know what you would like. So I made scrambled eggs, potatoes, and the muffins, and then with some fruit. I didn't know if you wanted coffee, tea, or book, or juice, so I got all three. Fresh flowers, and those are 5 cookbooks. I know that you like cooking. So I figured we could expand that culinary repertoire.
Love to. Thank you. This is very generous.
It is a kindness you deserve. He doesn't tell them no, but he just nods affirmingly towards them.
They have a hard time with it.
Absolutely.
They also don't have the wherewithal to argue, so I think they eat and they appreciate it, and they just try to push away any unhelpful thoughts.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And like Kaylin's not aiming to argue. He's just, wanting to be present. But you guys eat. Is there anything else you want to say here in this moment, or you start heading downstairs?
They'll head downstairs.
Okay, you catch Xio.
Good morning.
Good morning.
They put a little flower in Xio's hair, a little daisy.
Xio, was this?
Well, Kaylin brought so many flowers, and I think that flowers are good for sharing. They turn to Kaylin. They focus for a very long time on the bouquet. And they pluck out a peony and put it in his hair.
Thank you.
So, I don't know if you heard, you probably didn't through the sigil, but Lazuli is not here and is out doing an errand for Viola.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Though
Lazuli?
Mhm.
Yes?
Why?
It seemed interesting. And it will help me help everyone else.
How?
To be determined.
No, Lazuli. If you think something's going to help someone, you have to know how. That's the point of helping.
Viola expands my abilities, so I'm helping. And this seems like a very benign task. So
How?
I'm helping this man for a day.
Do what?
Tasks, things, but I'm supposed to do so stealthily. Like a guardian angel, is how it was put.
Lazuli, does he know you're there?
No, that's the point. It's fun. And he's being helped, which is good. Right?
How do you know that you're helping him if he hasn't asked you for the help?
Well, because sometimes people have a very difficult time asking for help. I think you of all people should know that.
Fucking, you're just channeling the spirit of Lou.
I'm in the walls.
The goddamn.
Lazuli, I understand that sometimes I am bad at asking for help and I will work to be better.
I'm proud of you.
A death hag asked you to do a thing. This man might not want you to do what you're doing.
But if he didn't want me to help, then he would say stop.
He doesn't know you're there.
How is refilling coffee bad? How is dropping off books bad? How is making sure that he is safe from the walk to and from his home bad? It doesn't sound bad to me. It sounds as if I'm a pretty little guardian angel.
I'm struggling to find the way in which it is bad, and maybe it's not.
And plus,
I just suspect Viola
absolutely,
of not being benign.
healthy suspicion is good. And I thought that maybe getting close with Viola could help us understand her a little more. Since we know she's still around, maybe we can learn something from these tasks. I'm like a pretty guardian angel double agent.
Okay, double agent. I think we do expect a full report then.
You can't see it, but she's like, understood.
Her heels click.
Yep.
I don't like it. If anything bad happens to you, I will probably go ballistic and do things that I am not proud of. Stay safe, please.
I would do the same for you, my sibling.
Where are you?
Well, I'm not on Tolesh right now.
Echinacea looks at Xio, just kind of bewildered and befuddled and scared and a lot. Where are you?
Dreucamish.
Dreucamish.
Just for the day.
Do you know the man's name?
No, I didn't ask. Should I ask?
Yes.
Tell me it's not a Lazuli move. Tell me it isn't. Exactly. Fuck you. I will get that and then I will let you know later today. I promise. I promise.
I respect your choices.
Thank you. Are you guys going to the munitions depot today? Fucking vomit.
Yes.
And Zio, you have a sigil, so you can communicate as well.
Xio has been biting his tongue the entire time.
Understandable.
Yeah.
She's just sort of, right, well, it looks like he's going to get tea, so I have to follow, and do my little angel, double agent duties. Goodbye, I love you.
I love you too.
And the sigil. Dooms.
Shakes their head. I don't like it. I don't like it. I think
like
anything that involves Viola is a bad thing. There's no way around it. But Lazuli is gonna do what Lazuli is gonna do.
I know.
Well, I'm kind of glad that Lulu talked me into not going off by myself to do a thing, because then that would have been really bad. Lazuli going off, me going off. So I wanted to ask you if you could come with me as I try to possibly find a Brightfury guild rendezvous point in the city.
Oh. Yes, of course.
Hmm?
Are you becoming a Brightfury again?
No. But I think it's important to at least try and communicate what happened. Since me not communicating what happened the first time, got people killed. So, and I was hoping to possibly also get information on who this druid is.
That seems smart to me.
Mhm.
What time is it, Alec? And what
It's
time?
like 7:00 in the morning. It's pretty early.
It's 7 a.m.
What time did Echinacea? I don't remember. Did Echinacea and Monroe plan a time for me?
They did not plan a time.
Okay.
But we can say that it'll probably be a couple hours from now.
Well, they will cast sending as many times as it takes to communicate with Monroe.
You'll just
Oh no, wait. They gave him a bookmark. They will write
yeah.
They will write to him explaining that they are going to go look for the Brightfury with Xio and ask what time or if he's comfortable waiting until they complete their task to
Yeah.
this prelude.
Okay. He writes back pretty quickly, says take the time that you need, do whatever you need to do. He apologizes for his demeanor last night and his anger and coldness, and the inconsiderate way he was communicating. In addition, he says that he can come by 11 noon, like later on in the day, and then he writes, if you still want to do a prelude, we can do that, but I think he advocates for you doing yours first.
Yeah, they write back to him to say that his anger is justified, that they understand, that they appreciate his honesty, that they still want to make his prelude, and that they aren't certain of their own paths yet, and do not know if they can make one for themselves.
Okay. He just says, he expresses appreciation of the understanding. He continues to communicate sympathy and apologies, and he says that he is continuing to work on himself after a trying time, which is just white man excuses, and that he will meet you at the humble abode at about noon.
I love how this back and forth is like little door open, person walk in. Right. Little door closed, little door
Yeah.
open, person
Yeah.
walk in.
Little door open in space. Right. Little door closed. Yeah.
I know, and I don't know if this is the way the bookmark's supposed to work, but I don't imagine it as like a big door, and I know it's a demi-plane, but I always think about it like a little fairy door, and then there's a book there. Where,
That
like,
is.
like,
It's very
okay.
small. It's like yay big. It's like
And
an envelope Dropbox size.
incredible. Okay, little door open. It's so there's just something very cute about it. Like it is the magical email system.
Absolutely. When it opens, Echinacea's the coating of it is like this little pink wooden door, and like fucking flowers poof out before the text
Mhm.
does.
Is everyone's door like different when it's? I
Yeah,
like the
it's their
idea.
own magic. Yeah.
I love that. So good. After that whole conversation, Xio, let me. I have to go grab. I'm gonna go grab something, and then runs up to the room and grabs the cloak. And then comes back with it bundled. And as they're coming back down, like they're put it into their bag, and Echinacea probably sees like the grain disappearing into their bag of holding.
Slowly behind you, Uldiel walks downstairs, full armor regale.
Oh,
Good morning. I hope everyone is doing well. It is good to see you all.
hi. Good morning.
Hello.
Morning, Uldia. You look ready to go. Goodness.
I'm always prepared, especially when I know I have people to protect.
Oh, well, you can't come with us.
What do you mean?
We're gonna go run an errand, and you can't come with us. At least for this one. I'm sorry, but I don't know you.
I don't know you either.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna be going to do a thing that.
Is based on trust.
Yes.
Looks to you, Echinacea. Is that all right with you?
It is Xio's task, and I want to respect Xio's wishes.
Absolutely. I just wanted to understand. Just slowly starts taking plate off and is like, like kind of shimmying out of it. Just.
Oh no.
It gets heavy.
Xio, would you be comfortable with Kaylin coming with us?
Yes.
My armor's
Kaylin.
upstairs.
You don't need.
I don't think.
You never
I don't.
know.
I don't think we're going to come across danger.
That's fair. You said you're looking for a Brightfury outpost?
Yes.
Okay. I might make a call to Thortel.
Hmm.
Perfect.
So.
God, there's so many people to check on. Can I speed run? Maybe
Sure.
not. Maybe
Yeah.
we can't. I gotta tell Lapis that Lazuli's in Dreucamish.
Was there and probably
He
from
heard the sigil. He's just
Yeah.
kind of. He's like. Sounds intriguing. Hope she gets back soon. There's
Mhm.
still very much the. I found out you were my daughter yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been there to tell you what to do your whole life. I'm not going to tell you what you can't do now. Richter is like in this weird state of limbo. I think he is understanding that there is a bit more transience in he and Lazuli's relationship than he initially intended, or that he initially expected. So I think he's just sort of like, hurt is a strong word, but he is unpacking. No, he's unpacking the fact that he has not been on the receiving end of a lot of informative communication with Lazuli. So He's just like reading, and like I think it's fair because you guys would have heard the conversation, but he has to get back to Lockhinge. He is grappling with the fact that he does not want to do that without saying goodbye.
Oh, Richter.
No, it's okay. Also, are you okay? I heard about Monroe.
He was good. He was not. He was good.
He was good?
I'm okay.
No, he wasn't.
He was
Okay,
honest.
don't tell them how they feel. Because that's what Monroe did, from what it sounds like, from what Lazuli told me.
I'm not telling Nay how to feel.
Good.
This is my opinion about the situation. I don't think he was good.
Echinacea, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It's not okay. He should have treated you with a lot more consideration.
He was, I think he was trying to. I think that's why he was honest.
I'm glad he was honest with you, but honesty does not have to be blunt or painful. There can be... I'm sure you've heard this enough, and I'm not going to pile onto you. I'm sorry. If you want to talk about it, or anything about Monroe, please come to me. I will enlighten as much as I can. Much like you know, I know that he has been through a lot, and he has had a really hard time connecting with people. He says that Lapis is his best friend. The two don't talk to each other. Lapis does not like Monroe, and Lapis is like, indeed I do not.
Xio high fives Lapis.
He doesn't high five. He's like, Monroe is a good soldier. And he is a good man. He needs to remember that. He is trapped in a fight response.
I don't think it's wrong. I don't think what he feels about the Mage's Arcanum is wrong.
Richter, neither do I. That's why they're not here anymore. I don't want to make you feel like I am against you and Monroe. That is not the case. I promise. I trust your judgment.
You shouldn't.
What I saw in Lockhinge, I absolutely should. What I've seen since then, at the gala, you have done nothing but affirm, all of you have done nothing but affirm that you have earned my trust. I promise. I do not say that lightly. Yeah.
Above question table, has
Yeah.
it been revealed how Monroe knew about Echinacea?
Yes. He received word from a librarian, from Ross, who got a book that Echinacea had read from a woman in the Mage's Arcanum. The desk keep that you had talked to. And like before they had the non-detection amulet, he had scryed.
I don't know if that was revealed.
It was.
Probably revealed to Echinacea.
To Echinacea. I don't think the group was told.
Okay, no. The group was not told that, but Echinacea was revealed that. If that's what you're sorry, if I...
Yeah. Xio crosses their arms and just I just don't really understand how it is that he very conveniently appeared to you and how he knew about you and what the purpose is of working with you. There's many other people who've probably suffered through this, right? Why you specifically?
Xio, I don't know how many people have survived, and I know that me being released was unusual. I received a writ from an oracle of the Mage's Arcanum, and that's not something that happens every day. I think that most of the people who are held by the Magus Arcanum eventually die. One way or another. I
He
think I
came,
would have died if Sir hadn't come along.
he came to you with the specific purpose of pulling you into his plan, whatever that is.
Yes.
And I don't know, it just seems Zio's like trying to contest with all of this because like Zio's distrust of Monroe I think is mirrored a lot by Echinacea's um sort of what's the word? I don't want to say that Echinacea is unwell because that doesn't feel right. But it feels like Monroe inspires certain feelings in Echinacea that puts Zio at a fight or flight response as well.
It makes Zio feel protective and defensive of Echinacea.
Yes. Monroe came with a specific purpose to pull you into his plans, whatever that was. And now that he has made his plans revealed to you, it seems that he's continuously fighting to change your opinion on a matter that you have very strong convictions about. He chose to search you out with the pretense that you would go along with it.
I want to dismantle the Magus Arcanum, not just in Drifton, but in Shanthier. Anywhere
Yes,
where they are holding people prisoner that
yes, but
I...
the way that he means to do it is something that you seem to be fighting and contending with.
My Raiders.
Huh? What happened?
I said welcome in, Raiders.
Hi, Raiders.
I don't know how reasonable my convictions are, and I'm grappling with the fact that they've been made with 3 months of existence. I don't know anything. I don't know anything, and I don't know if what I think is right.
And if I may, Kalen sort of steps in. Zio, these are the same arguments that we've had. You, me, and Echinacea. Specifically me thinking about Viola's hut. And how to deal with people. We're allowed to disagree. And I'm not saying that what Monroe did was right. I don't think it was.
I don't think he did anything wrong.
I am of the belief, and I respect that you do not feel at this moment in time that he did anything wrong. I think that not taking your feelings into consideration or account, I think that is a problem.
Exactly.
Because
You said it yourself. You are someone who is experiencing this world with only 3 months of memories. A lifespan of 3 months. It's not about it's not about the goal. It's about you.
Why?
I said upstairs because you matter. And you are a person deserving of care and consideration. Now, what we can't do is tell you what to do. You're going to make the choices that you want to make, and I am going to support you in whatever way I can.
I want to help Xio find a Brightfury guild meeting, and I want to make a prelude for Monroe. And I don't know what else I want.
You want to help Lorien?
I want to help Lorien.
You want to help Kolianda?
Yes.
And you want to stop Corveth?
Yes. Echinacea having a very hard time in this moment, thinking past the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And I think Kaylin bringing up long-term goals, they just kind of like fold in on themselves. But they nod enthusiastically. So we
I'm
go
sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. We should put the lid on this, and yes, we should. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have put more in front of you. Let's go.
No, it's okay.
Goes and puts on his armor, and starts following you guys out.
Xio leaves Lulu in the humble abode, specifically with Richter,
Sure.
to keep Richter company. Mainly because Xio remembers the dogs from Richter's homes, and it feels right for there to be a sort of remaining presence that provides some sort of comfort, in even if it's in silence.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Perfect. You absolutely do. And you see as Richter just kind of begins to flip through a book that he is reading, as he just sort of slowly scritches Lulu and sort of as you guys head out, Kaylin behind.
Yes.
He taps you, Echinacea, on the shoulder and casts Heroism, and just says, "We can focus on right now. We can focus on what we have to do in the moment. You're not alone. We're all here together, okay?"
Bolstered by the heroism spell, they just grab Kaylin's hand and Xio's hand. We're going to go. We're going to find a Brightfury guild meeting, and it's all going to be okay, and we can do it.
It's going to
Let's
be
go.
It's going to be okay because we're together, and I think it's almost as if in casting Heroism, Kaylin offered his support to Echinacea and Xio in this moment, and is struggling to feel it in himself as you all begin to walk forward. You see behind as Uldiel has her glaive, and she's like whacking weeds with it. She's just sort of like all around the side of the humble abode. She's like, grow very fast.
Uldiel, I beg you to get yourself breakfast or something.
I will once I'm done with this task. She starts whacking away.
Okay.
And she's like, "Oh, bird."
Oh no. ADHD cleric lady.
Continues to whack.
Truly.
But you guys are walking. You guys can go ahead and just give me an investigation.
Yeah.
And I'll say,
So
for both of you
Xio is-
helping me, you guys get the first 3 rolls of your characters have advantage.
Aw, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot, Archivist.
I've been
so
mean
Xio
to
is-
everybody the last couple of weeks, so it will be nice.
So Xio is going to specifically look for, just as he did in Eye of the Lore, the brand, the symbol, the balance, for
The
the
scales.
Brightfury. Yes, the sigil. Whether it be branded or burnt or some kind of
show of where this location could be. I think as they are walking as well, Xio will also mention it to Echinacea and to Kaylin to look for that.
Okay.
Perfect.
Kaylin will just take the help action. His investigation's not great.
Investigation, right? Okay.
22.
That's bad. That was a 9. I'm going to re-roll.
You have advantage.
Yeah,
remember?
I'm gonna do the advantage. Yeah. Oh, that was.
I'll say
advantage.
since you guys already have advantage, roll an additional d6.
That is a. So with my advantage, that's a 17.
Did you add a d6?
I did not.
Roll that.
That's a 6. So 17 plus 23.
Button.
I got a 4, so 26 total.
Okay. Both of you are able to see. There is a bridge separated by a man-made river system that goes through the deeper portions of Narfolk. You see as people just kind of are sending out some reels like deeper in this little river system. There are some gondolas sort of being ridden by people who are kind of using this path as a way to commute to their work. It seems like a pretty affluent way of like traveling through districts. You see a couple couples having breakfast and just sort of like tinking champagne glasses with one another. But you can see across the bridge there is a very deep verdant green flag sort of hanging outside of an alleyway. And you can see stitched on it the sigil of the Brightfury Guild.
Beautiful. So Xio will lead them over to the green cloak.
Okay.
And is there anyone there present?
In the alleyway, you look to see, and alleyways here are large. So you have about 30 feet and about 60 feet depth. So you can see what looks like a small collection of medical tents as people within the Brightfury Guild are... The fucking music stop?
Can hear it.
As people are kind of being tended to, medication is being passed out to people who are in need of it. And you can see that there's like a large desk where this large bugbear man is sitting. Very elderly in age, a braided beard, a kind of heavy brow with these long, almost like a schnauzer. You know how their hair kind of like loops over their eyes when like the hair gets really long. He's got these long ears. One of them is really torn up. He's kind of wearing a bit more like looks more akin to a mage. A lot of robes instead of like leathers or armor, but like green and gold robes with like the scale emblazoned on his chest. As he just sort of... Hello, are you in need of medicine?
I am in need of information. Our burning fury casts wide shadows, and from the shadows we measure justice.
From the shadows we measure justice. What can I do for you?
Xio will pull out the green cloak. His own green cloak. I am possibly overstepping my my privilege in this matter, as I am no longer tied to the guild. However,
you do not need to be tied to the guild to receive the guild's help. That is...
But this my seek of information is for a guild member. The one who did this. And Xio will show the bugbear the torn sigil. And if possible, I would like to get a message out to Tyr.
Try?
Try. I
was like, Tyr?
Yeah, try.
No, you're
sorry.
Good. No. I am Totruk. Is a Pleasure to meet you. And what was your names?
I am Xio, and these are my companions, Nay and Kaylin.
Nay, Kaelin, Xio. Name is familiar. Boy from the Scorched Isle, yes? Right. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're well. If you are.
Thank you. As well as one can be. So, the individual that did this was a druid, a changeling, young, possibly the same age as me, and
There's a changeling druid that is quite uncommon. Changeling heritage is rare. You guys know, no role required, that changeling in this world can be born of any parentage, but mostly tied to individuals of Fey connection. So a lot of elves, Eladrin, goblinoids, like hobgoblin, like changeling, are born, or seem to be born from a lot of people connected to the Fey. Just sort of. I am familiar with a young, zealous druid who believes in our order and holds it.
believes in the order, or is part of the order.
Both.
Okay.
I take it he did this.
Yes, I'm not seeking any punishment against them. I
understand.
I don't want it to get back.
Do you know why this happened?
Unfortunately, they are upset with me. They did not reveal their intentions or purpose. But if it has not gotten to you, I am no longer part of the guild due to my own mistakes and my own decision to not put the guild's well-being in danger.
What led to that choice? If I can ask, if I'm overstepping my bounds, please tell me.
I did not report my location, and I think that might have led to people getting hurt.
In Aldengate, correct?
I believe so. I was supposed to try in our cohort in Aldengate, and I was
Sabra
pulled.
and
Sabra and I don't remember the other one.
there is a bit of somberness that takes over.
Do you know the names of who?
Toturk. The druid's name is Vaughn. V-O-N.
Vaughn. Okay.
At least that is the name they choose. Is a druid of the wildfire, both restorative and evocation focused, specifically in fire magic. He lost people that day in Aldengate.
And
4 of
what?
his allies that joined the Brightfury alongside him.
They are alone?
They are alone. We've offered different regimens, but they have not accepted them. Which, in this organization, you are not obligated to be a part of a troop. It is recommended. I don't think anyone should walk this world alone. But it is not required. They've always checked in. They've always been communicative. If this is happening, it is happening outside of the realms of the Brightfury. He looks at the cloak. I take it you know what this means.
Yes.
The people that were killed were very close to him. To be transparent with you, I lost people in that attack as well.
Who attacked?
We were set upon by Viper's Hand. We were transporting medications, funds to people in Eid Alil.
Hmm.
The Republic. The road is treacherous, covered in snow. While we were camped, waiting to hear, to ensure that we could move, we were set upon by a group of Viper's Hand. We fought back, and they outnumbered us about threefold.
Mm-hmm. Was Zio's trying to contend with the knowledge, this brand new knowledge, and also trying to understand how it is that them not...
You know that this is a group that operates through communication. So they were not going to move until they knew that you were where you're supposed to be.
Yep, got it.
So they were like, okay, we hold the operation until we hear from Zio. And if we don't hear from him, usually that time is about 2 weeks. By the time that 2 weeks had been met, they were already attacked.
Yeah. How many?
How many died?
Yes.
6. The 4 close to Vaughn and my brother, as well as Hobgoblin War. Yes.
Sorry for your loss.
Thank you very much.
What was her name?
Alec is forgetting her name, but it is the one you're thinking about.
It was part of Zio's troop.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's her.
It was, I think that's Sabra, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Sabra is the drow that you met.
The drow.
The hobgoblin, we're just going to give her a new name. I apologize.
It's okay.
That was my fault.
I'm trying to remember, because I have my notes as well. Give me one moment.
No, it's
No. No. Quiet. So I have Carcoon.
Carcoon. Yep, that's it.
Carcoon. Yep. Sabra. Yep. Our squad leader was a lizard folk. Try. Our lieutenant, hobgoblin woman, Carcoon. Yep. Drow. They, them. Sabra.
Yep.
And then a human man, Vincent.
Yep. Carcoon.
Zio. Zio visibly lets out a shaky breath. Oh.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Echinacea takes his hand.
Viper's Hand.
Vaughn is zealous. He believes in what we do. And I believe this is his intent to teach you a lesson. I don't
I'm
think that
aware.
is the right course of action. It seems as if he looks between Echinacea and Kalen. It seems as if you've been pulled into something bigger than yourself. With people, it looks between your interlocked hands that you care for deeply.
I should have reported, but I never received a message either. I know I should have, but I
But you didn't,
didn't hear.
and we cannot change that.
How did you learn that it was Viper's hand?
One of them was killed by Carcoon, and they were able to hold the body for investigation by clerics. Through Speak with Dead, we learned of the attack and the intent of the attack.
Was the intent?
To rob us. To take our medicine and our wares, which they did once Carcoon, Vaughn, and their allies began to fight back. That is when blood was shed.
May I ask where on the road this was?
This was right above Alden Gate, nearest to the Wavering Peaks.
North of Alden Gate.
North of Alden. Their families have been contacted. Proper rights have been enlisted. I am sorry for this wait, Xio.
I don't have a right. I don't have a right to wish you my condolences.
That's not true.
People are dead because of me, Echinacea. His brother is dead because of me.
My brother is dead because of the Viper's hand.
That
That attack could have happened the day you called. Could have happened afterwards. The thing is, we will never know. Because what happened has happened. I do not blame you for the death of my brother. I blame and hold responsible the Viper's hand-wielding blades.
Am I able to get a message to try?
We would never keep communication from anyone. Please. Passes over a sending stone.
Xio holds the stone, and visualizes try and
This fucking old crotchety lizard folk.
yeah. Try. It's Xio.
Hey, kid. You doing alright?
I just learned about what exactly happened in north of Alden Gate.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry I didn't communicate.
Thank you.
There's a druid, Vaughn.
Yeah, I know.
They seek to teach me a lesson. I don't know what that means, and I don't know what to expect or how they intend for it to come to pass. But if you hear of them, please tell them that I'm waiting and that I'm willing.
I only have one question, kid.
Yes.
What are you going to do because of this?
I don't know where to start. I don't know how to atone.
But you know you have to.
Yes.
You've grown more than you're giving yourself credit for. Now, I'm mad at you, kid. I'm mad at what happened. That doesn't take away from the love I got for you. Not even a little bit. I'm proud of you for being willing to learn.
I want to more than anything.
Well, best of luck. Xio. Your chest emits this warmth, this resonance, as you've taken your first step down the acceptance path of your prelude.
Acceptance path.
Oh no!
You hear, both of you hear, as Minri sort of whispers in your ear, "That is one of my favorite paths, personally."
Oh,
And Xio, how does this tattoo shift?
Oh.
fuck.
Xio, feeling that, holds their chest. And there's, of course, their tunic is sort of opened a bit. And there is a sort of these curls of wind, and leaves that build off of the arrow over their chest, to resemble almost like wings.
And that is where we're going to take our first.
Oh.
All right. We'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. Thank you guys for chilling out. We'll see you soon.
Accept.
Hello, everybody! Welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh, chapter 34. Xio took a step down his prelude.
Didn't it? You said it was visible and that we both heard Minri.
Correct, and does.
Echinacea says a prayer of thanks, and then they kind of vibrate. Xio.
What was that?
Your prelude's growing with you.
It already happened? That was fast.
Well, it happens at the pace that you grow, so that's on you.
Oh. I don't feel bigger.
I don't. It is metaphorically speaking, not necessarily physical growth.
Oh. Okay.
I want
Thank
to.
you. Thank you, Minri.
Of course.
And what was that, Echinacea?
I know that you're in a very. This is all a lot, and I have questions about something you said, but I want to just tell Tatrick something really quickly, and then maybe help the people here. Do you think? I mean, we have time.
If there's anything you want to do, that's fine. I think I'm happy to help.
There are people. It looks like in need here. They're going to go to Tatrick first, and write down the following names: Valorous Cop, Auric Bolster, and him, and just say they get solemn. I have written to the next of kin of these individuals, but it seems right to inform you, and I'm sorry that I didn't sooner.
There's nothing to apologize for. You're informing me now, which I deeply appreciate. Thank you.
These three were buried on the northwest side of Iothalor. We have written to their next of kin, and they were given a funeral pyre and rites.
Thank you. He looks at the sending stone. I can check in with those families as well.
Xio hands it back.
If you would like.
That may be wise. We wrote to them about almost a month ago. Over 2 weeks.
Well, I understand they may have questions or they may want to express gratitude. So, if that is all right, I can absolutely reach out.
Of course.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Well, it seems that there are people who are hurt here, and I'm a doctor, so I would like to offer my services.
A doctor?
Yes.
We would be humbled to have you. Thank you. Well, we are mixing potions and bottling medicine back here, if that's something you would like to help with.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Xio, anywhere for you?
I'll stay back. Could I go look at the patients?
Absolutely. You're the only
How
one
many?
holding yourself back. You're allowed
Okay.
to engage in whatever ways make sense to you.
How many people are here?
There's about a smattering of about a dozen people here.
Okay.
Some of them are pretty sick. Others have been have kind of taken some pretty small injuries, like a sprained ankle, trying to get to work on time, things of that nature. So it kind of ranges to people who are not able to gain sort of that medical care, but they're doing so here. You see, and they range in age, Jesus Christ, rage in age origins. So
I think while Echinacea is working with the potions and helping Chodrick, what's his name, right?
Tortruk.
Totruck. While Echinacea is helping, I think Xio is just sort of mingling and walking up and down the different folks, kind of getting a gauge of what is happening, and a part of him sort of pulls in the direction of, I wish I could do more, and I wish I could. I wish I could free them from this, from the pain that they're suffering through. And in that moment, in that sensation of intent, unknowingly, Zia is going to cast Healing Spirit.
Take an inspiration.
And
what does your Healing Spirit look like as you cast it for the first time?
The healing spirit is, it's sort of in a is there's no real form to it. It's almost like an abstract of that faces in and out of different forms of the elements. So it looks almost like a wind elemental or a fire elemental, and it's almost like it comes kind of like those light bulbs, LED light bulbs that sort of like change in color like every so often, and it's floats almost like a will-o'-the-wisp in between the different bodies. In sort of like these circular motions. It looks kind of scary at first sometimes, where like you see this like ball of fire coming like at you, but in a very slow moving, and then it shifts into wind, and then it flips into like waves of water, and then it crackles into rock and clay. It's all very ambiguous. Almost like a amalgamation of the current.
Okay. You see as a small boy who is running off to school and like had a pretty wicked scrape on his shin. Is just sort of like, fireball. Oh, Ash, wow. Sort of like rubbing his knees, and he starts like kicking his little feet. He's like, I feel better. I feel very good.
Zia just watches it like with sort of like wide-eyed wonder. Reaching out a hand to it. Once it completes it's just 1d6 hit points, but it's mostly for aesthetic. Reaches out a hand point, and it just sort of becomes his little shape, kind of like a little ghosty ghost, just sort of like doing its thing.
Kid just sort of like stands up, does a little jig as like people are kind of like the healing is kind of passed around the space. Perfect. Incredible. I love that. Echinacea, go ahead and give me a medicine check to go ahead and start making some potions. What are you aiming to make here?
With advantage, because it's the second roll that I'm making?
Yep.
30!
You really needed the advantage on the medicine check for sure.
I rolled an 18 and a 19.
Jesus Christ. 30.
Incredible.
Okay, what are you making? You tell me. With a 30, you're a god. So go ahead, just tell me what you're making.
They are the resources there.
I would say the resources are pretty surprisingly robust. I would say you have a fair bit to make a collection of different salves, potions, and remedies for sure.
Okay. Then they're making Yoktum's ointment because it's better than healing potions. And they're also making restorative elixirs for
Kinda
the Brightfury.
Kind of like a lesser restoration.
No, the one that I have in my inventory.
Oh, yes. I gotcha. Okay.
The one that restores magic.
Yep.
And then also they will do basic healing potions just because sometimes that's what you need.
It's good in a pinch.
Good in a pinch. And yeah, if they can make a potion of like lesser restoration,
Yep.
I think they would do that as well.
And you can kind of add that to your personal list of things you can make. And I'll just drop a potion in your inventory tomorrow, so you can see like the ingredients that you need to gather.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. With the 30, you do so in record time. There are a couple nurses here, some clerics of the Brightfury who are just like, that's very impressive.
Oh, well, I will please, they will gather everyone around to have them make them together.
Yep, absolutely.
Teaching skills and making stuff.
Yep. You absolutely, I'll say with that 30, like, it comes, since it's like an intelligence-based skill, you not only are able to make these yourselves, but really expertly and intentionally teach these individuals how to make them. So you can see after a course of time, like a group of about 3 or 4 clerics like have made a batch of about 3 or 4 of these potions each over the course of your time teaching them. They're all sort of really impressed, and one individual who is this halfling woman, very plump face, this kind of very voluptuous, like stout halfling, just sort of walks forward. Very impressive. Thank you so much. The light of the Dawn, Father, unto you.
Thank you very much. May Mystra guide your path. They're like, I don't know what.
And also with you.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the light that you've brought to our little alley today.
Well, thank you for the same.
You can see as Kaelin is, both of you see, and I think you've both seen what the other is doing. So like Echinacea, you can see Xio's healing spirit sort of take hold and begin to suffuse injuries. Xio, you can see Echinacea like very efficiently crafting and teaching these clerics how to craft these potions. The both of you can see Kaelin on Ascending Stone. He looks a little stressed, but not. He's stressed in regards to. It looks like he's asking for something, which for someone like Kaelin is like taking 8 punches directly to the dome.
Oh no, baby boy!
He's asking or like inquiring about something, like he is preparing to ask, and he just sort of puts the stone down and he's like, "Thank you, Christopher." You see as he sort of like shakes, he does a little like tism spasm, and then he'll like run around. He'll do like 2 little laps on the sidewalk, and he's like straightens
Kaelin,
up.
what's wrong? What's wrong?
I just checked in with Christopher. Told him that Jen and Belen left for Sunwall. And he had offered me something a couple years back in regards to some land, and I actually wanted to talk to you about something.
Okay.
No,
Angie, no.
What did you say?
I'm saying that he's proposing. He comes with a dowry.
He comes with a dowry. He's not Mr. Darcy coded at all. Actually, it's just not true.
No. Thank God.
He's the other one.
Bingley? No.
Bingley?
He's Bingley.
No.
100.
He's a little Bingley coded.
A little bit.
No.
Why not?
Because Bingley's an idiot.
Kalen's a little bit of an idiot.
Oh no.
Kalen's insightful and he's kind, but he's a little bit of an idiot.
I don't think that's true at all.
All
This
right.
man learns to put. Okay.
No, fair enough. Hey, you're right. He does learn. He has a particular set of skills. I just think that land would be good to hold on to, and maybe we could do something with it. I don't know what, but maybe we could do something with it.
At this point, Xio comes running over to Echinacea and Kalen. Look! Just showing the little spirit.
Xio.
I just felt like they were hurting and that I didn't want them to keep hurting. And they appeared.
Incredible.
Very proud of you.
And I get to heal people too.
You can do anything you want to. I'm so impressed and proud.
Well, this wouldn't be happening without your help, Echinacea.
What do you mean?
You made the prelude.
It came out of the prelude?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it was a prelude. And then Xio says, I heard Mistra's words, and my chest felt like it was burning for a moment.
Are you okay? They get so close to Xio's chest looking for magma.
And you can see kind of like the swirls like coming up to through their chest. And it's covered by some of the tunic, of course, but coming in through the chest and bits of it connecting over with their arm piece, but most of it kind of concentrated over their scar and essentially a chest plate of a tattoo.
This is beautiful, Xio. I'm so glad. Oh,
Mistra's got a touch.
She does.
Yeah. Minri has a touch.
Whatever. We're gonna be doing this for the entirety of the campaign. Fuck it, whatever.
Thank you, Minri.
Of course. The impact you have is a large one. And I'm very impressed with you. You've taught him how to heal. A task you once thought impossible.
What do you mean?
I mean that you are very intelligent. And you have a way of teaching people things. The path you choose is a
Xio in
good
the
one.
corner. Xio in the corner teaching things and just fucking around with the little healing spirit. It's like, it's like, look at him. You taught this fool, this little idiot.
All I ask is that you look for the hope that you tend to inspire in people. A goddess like myself included.
I'll do my best.
I know.
Wow. A lot. Okay. Land. What do you do with land? Grow things. build things. I mean, a library.
We can take the time. We can do whatever makes sense. Christopher offered it to me, and I've left him hanging, and I thought if any people would know what to do with something like that, it would be you all. So I wanted to bring it to you.
Where is?
It's in the Wavern Peaks, not far from Ellenbell.
Oh, that's cool. Maybe you can think about it a little later then?
Yeah.
We should probably get going back to to get ready for that prelude.
Yes. Echinacea going to link arms with Kaelin,
Mm-hmm.
and then link an arm with Xio. They just look up at Kaelin for a moment, give his arm a squeeze, because they know how hard that was for him, and they know that he's struggling. And I think it can be hard. He watched Echinacea and Xio grapple with things today, and in the face of watching other people struggle, it can be hard to allow yourself to admit that you are also struggling, so they just squeeze his arm. Try to reassure him wordlessly.
As soon as there is tightening there's a smile. I think any weight kind of sheds. He just sort of looks. We can make the decisions at any time. I'm happy as long as I'm with you guys. And maybe Xio's onto something. Maybe I'm proposing. I'm not!
Okay. Angie.
Marriage.
Marriage? Well,
Can I marry you both? Can I be your...
If we ever get to the point of getting married, I may think about it. Echinacea?
such a lovely question. I'm choosing not to have a panic attack about it. Yes, that's lovely.
He
I
offers
will
the
be
same.
your efficient. I will
You're
officiate.
efficient? Kaelin offers the same wordless reassurance as his fingers interlock with Echinacea's, and his palm just goes flush with theirs.
Xio will remember this.
Yeah, we're gonna be 150 episodes from now, and Xio's like, marriage.
Marriage.
Okay. You guys head back to the humble abode. What are you doing as you return? Uldiel is sitting outside. She is just sitting. She looks like if a knight, like if a knight chess piece gained sentience. She's just kind of like, I have to persist. Welcome back.
Thank you. Have you eaten yet?
Oh no, I forgot.
Okay, let's go make you food.
The
Okay.
tism. Oh my god.
The tism. Yeah, Echinacea will go inside. Richter, have you eaten yet?
Yes.
Okay. Lapis. They'll
didn't
go through the
offer?
checklist of people.
You
Yes.
didn't offer Uldio?
I did. I don't think she heard me. I did not.
Oh.
Yeah, she seemed quite busy.
Oh.
I said more than once that there was food, and she said, busy whacking. And I did not feel like I was the one to interrupt her.
Some good whacking.
There are no more weeds outside, so I would say so. I just feel bad that she did it in the rain. Uldiel is soaked.
Okay. They're gonna prestidigitation
Okay.
the water into a cloud above her and then float it outside and drop it onto the plants.
Incredible.
Yeah, onto the flowers.
Phenomenal. Thank you.
And then you're very welcome. Kaelin got me several new cookbooks, so let's You pick what you would like made.
She points at herself. Me?
Yes, you.
Okay, I will need to read these books fully to understand the contents of them, to know what
You
is
only
inside.
get one then. Here you go.
She starts flipping through. She looks at something that's akin to like shepherd's pie, and she's like,
Understood? Okay.
I would
And
like to help. How can I help?
well, I've never made this before, so you can read me the ingredients and then the directions.
Perfect. I will do so. She starts reading the directions. Kaylin starts preparing the countertop. Richter starts clearing off the table. And Lapis starts pouring drinks for everybody as you guys kind of prepare for this hearty shepherd's pie lunch.
Yes, we make that. We do our best.
You do so, and it is delicious. It's quite hearty. All right. Xio, anything you're doing?
Xio is helping but also failing at like whatever gets cut up. Like Xio steals like carrots. Like just in the process of this cooking. Like will help but also stealing snacks. But also just while Echinacea is cooking, Xio will find Kaylin real quick.
Okay. Yeah, he's
And-
he's in the kitchen, but he's around.
Can I talk to you?
Yeah.
Private.
Okay.
Like finds a time when Echinacea is distracted, possibly talking to Uldiel or something.
Yeah, they're very intensely like breaking down the recipe together, and like very very efficiently talking to one another about like, okay, no, we got to make sure to cut it this way.
Yeah.
This
And then,
heat of 375 degrees, which
Yes, 300. So you want to hit that, and you want to get to 375, and then you want to make sure that these carrots are cut precisely down the center, and then you want to bisect them in half again.
Incredible.
this feels like a you thing, but we're gonna do it.
Thank you. The tism. But yes, you find Kaylin says, of course. What can I do for you?
The preludes. You have one too, right?
Looks very adoringly at his armor. Yes.
They're powerful. I can feel it. I can feel it running through my body. It's different from what I felt with the current. And it's
the weave. It's the weave, and it's innately tied to us.
yes.
It's unlike anything I've ever experienced before.
Mm-hmm. And I believe that everyone should be a power and energy should be shared as much as possible
But
with anyone. Do you think it'll be safe for Echinacea to give this to Monroe?
I think it is their choice. And I would never take that choice away from them.
It's scary to think that someone like Monroe could use a gift from Echinacea to hurt others.
They don't make weapons. But I understand what you're saying. I will never tell them not to do what they don't want to do. If they are intent on making Monroe a prelude, they will make him a prelude, and I support them in that. Why are you cackling over there, you fucking rat piece of shit? Go ahead.
I'm making problems for myself and everybody else.
Listen, that's what nemesis are for.
I agree that if Echinacea doesn't make weapons, that's a good thing. But that still doesn't mean that it can't be used to.
I know.
I just think that we need to be.
We also need to practice what we're preaching, which is everyone getting a chance.
I'm not saying that he's not allowed. What I'm saying is that if it were to happen, I think we need to be strong for Echinacea if any knowledge of wrongdoing comes back to them.
What we need to do is be honest with them. We need to be considerate of what they're feeling, and we need to ask and not assume that they can't handle something. Because I believe that they understand that they're making things that are powerful. I think that is the intent, and I think that they're meant to embolster the people that they care about. I mean, look, you have abilities you did not have yesterday. So do I. They feel connected to Monroe, understandably so, and I truly think that there is a road where they become friends. I think that Monroe came in really hot, like he did the first time. And I think that he does not know how to connect with people. I think we need to give him a chance and to be honest with Echinacea about it. I support their choices. And I just think we need to be there in the ways that they need us to support them. And not assume that they can't handle something. Does that make sense?
Support Echinacea.
I know. I'm not saying you didn't. I'm sorry if what I said came off that way. That's not what I meant. What I'm saying then is that we should continue to support Echinacea. And that they're a person with their own autonomy. And if they choose to make a prelude for Monroe, we do not have any say to stop them. Nor should we. All we can do is be there.
Wrong me not to trust him?
Your judgment and your feelings are valid. I'm angry too. Seeing how they felt made me angry. Knowing that he unloaded on them without checking in on them makes me very angry. But I am not going to tell them how to feel. I am not going to tell them who they can have in their life. And I don't think you are either.
There's a part of us that are not being honest with them. I think out of the safety of Echinacea's understanding of other people, like Monroe, we are being careful with not being honest about. I don't feel like I can be honest with Echinacea about how I truly don't trust him.
Is that because of them or is that because of you? I don't distrust Monroe. I am far more skeptical of him now. I want to help see him grow. And I want to make sure that they don't get hurt in the process. And This isn't going to be the last time we talk about Monroe. I guarantee that. Alec looks at the camera. But we should both be honest. I told them I didn't like it.
It's hard to balance, I guess, that. I want to respect Echinacea and their decision.
You can respect their decision and still hold your feelings. Those two don't have to be in opposition.
I guess I don't have to tell them. I've shown enough that I don't trust him.
But I'm sure they would appreciate the communication. And I'm sure that they would appreciate being approached in openness and earnest with you. I think that matters. Not only to people, period, but I think that really matters to them. It's about approaching these conversations, not just focusing about our feelings. We have to make sure that theirs are considered. Because it's important.
Okay. Let's go back. It smells good.
And then Xio very delightfully walks back into the kitchen.
I keep forgetting.
Looks good.
We have cut the vegetables in very specific ways to, as Oldiel puts it, maximize their pleasantness.
Because when they are cut in this way and they are spread in the most optimized position, they take on the right amount of moisture and they are not hard at all. Okay.
So it's hot, but everybody dig in.
Everybody sits. Kaelin starts filling plates and handing it to people. Sort of, you all just kind of sit and eat. Any conversations here while we're muncher crunching?
Messy eating.
I think Echinacea will just talk about. I think they'll discuss Xio's prelude with the table at large, just like obviously not a parent because they're not a parent, but like proud parenting, like Xio did this today, and then this little spirit that was the wind and also the earth and maybe all of the elements was sort of spinning around the space and healing people, and it fits in his hand.
Richter's like,
It was
very impressive. Lapis is like, these preludes sound very impressive.
Thank you.
Of course. I would like to pick your brain about that and just hear what your process is like. That sounds very interesting.
Well, you're traveling with us for quite a while. I can make you one.
I will have to understand it and earn it first, but yes, absolutely.
It's not something to be earned, but we'll absolutely talk more in detail about it. Oldiel, the same goes for you too. Richter, I know you have to leave soon.
I might get one later. I know those take time. And, I'm happy to wait.
Maybe a shield.
Maybe a shield. Not the Captain America answer.
Yes, I'm gonna make it happen.
Listen, Richter running into a fight and eating a shield? Hot.
Amazing.
Uldial's like, I have only been here for 12 hours. I don't think it is socially acceptable to accept a gift, but I will think about it.
Okay.
Thank you. There is a knock at the door. It was about noon. Kaelin sort of scoots up, walks to the door, opens it. It's Monroe. And Monroe just sort of, Kaelin, here to see Echinacea. He just sort of, yes, I know. I appreciate that. I hope that the night treated you well, and I hope that the morning followed suit. If I just have one request for you, and he's trying to be quiet here, I'm gonna roll with a stealth check at disadvantage.
Fail,
because-
fail.
Where's my dice? What the fuck?
Fail.
And this would be your third advantage.
Can we do, what is it, an insight to hear? Or-
Perception or investigation, your choice.
Perception or investigation?
No.
Okay, perception.
Oh,
Yes.
fuck. Well,
Perception.
Kaelin critically failed.
Oh, okay.
Baby boy. I rolled 10 total.
You hear
15.
it. He critically failed.
15.
Okay, perfect. He just sort of leans in. I know that the plan is to make a prelude today. I'm very happy that they are going to be making something for you. I only ask one thing. From what I heard, please treat them like a person with feelings. I understand that you two have been through something horrible together. Not even together, but you understand what the other's been through. They are not a board to be talked to. They are not the receptacle for your feelings. They are a person. And if you call them friend, you should treat them like a friend. Now, I'm not going to tell them that they shouldn't make this for you, because I would never take that choice away from them. That is their choice to make. I hope you honor it. And I hope that you honor them. Kaelin, in a much more refined way than he approached Lucian and Iothalor, stands his more broad stature, a bit more imposing. He's not looking to threaten, he's looking to be taken seriously, which is something that Kaelin doesn't often do. So please, you can come in. They will not be talked to in the way that you talk to them in our home. Do you understand me? Yes. I understand. And I already did it through writing, but I will apologize again. Kaelin. Good. We made shepherd's pie if you're hungry. I ate, thank you. Sort of steps in.
Echinacea made shepherd's pie. You should have some.
Sort of looks. If it's okay, I may take a plate.
Please, yes.
Sort of grabs it, sits down. Richter is just sort of looking down his nose at Monroe. Do you have a good night? Monroe sort of assesses the room. I could have been a lot better last night. That's why we learn, right, Rick? Yeah, that's why we learn. It's good, dig in. Is that in order? Yeah. Alright. Monroe just kind of eats. Kaelin starts cleaning up plates that are done. And Monroe just sort of, I hope everyone is having a good day.
You know, yes. They think about the morning's events and how it's a very emotional morning, particularly for Xio. Sometimes, sometimes a day is just a challenge, but we make our way through it. And how is your day going?
It's going okay. Busy. A lot of reflection today, but I am spent a lot of today preparing for tonight.
The look of shame returns to Echinacea, and they just help Kaelin clean until Monroe's finished.
Okay. Kaelin will just sort of lean over. Okay.
Yes. I just... There's someone at the munitions factory who worked for the Magus Arcanum. And I just don't know what to do.
Do you feel prepared to go?
I don't feel prepared for anything.
Sorry.
So, we will see if there is a way that we can safely slow or halt the munitions production. And we will see if Kelris Ryland is even there. They won't be.
Maybe they won't be. It's a bit of a twinkle in Kaelin's eye.
I trust you. I'm confused by that look, but I trust you.
I trust you too. I'm sorry if I was mean to Monroe. It's what I knew made me upset. I wanted to try and speak to him as politely as possible. But,
It's been through a lot.
I know.
But I also know that I would probably do the same in your shoes. I'm not upset with you.
I never want to speak for you. I never want to overstep, but...
You don't speak for me, you speak for yourself, and I am glad you do.
I just care about how you're treated. Very much.
They put a hand to his arm, conflicted, and then they go back to Monroe.
Okay. He stands and puts his plate in the sink, rinses it off, You okay?
Yes. Yes, I'm. Yes. How are you? Also, I have my room. I have a library
Wherever you're
in
comfortable.
it. Okay.
Okay. You head upstairs to your room. Monroe just kind of follows behind. Are you sure that you still want to do this?
Yes.
For what it is worth, I am sorry.
You don't have anything to be sorry about. You really don't.
While I believe in what I said to you, I was defensive for no reason. You gave me no reason to feel defensive. I have felt the judgment and the dislike of people here in regards to my presence.
I'm sorry.
That's not your fault. I'm not putting that responsibility on you, and I'm sorry I did last night. Because I acted like it was your fault. I treated you like it was your fault, and it wasn't. And the same thing that I am frustrated with Casimir for, I did. So, I am a hypocrite.
What?
I dumped my feelings and then asked if you would help me with something. So, I did the same thing. And I
offered my help.
But I don't
I need it.
I know you do. I'm sorry. I know you feel like I'm sorry. I don't know what you feel. How are you feeling?
Confused.
About what?
Everyone is acting like my feelings matter more than facts.
Your feelings matter. And Kaylin's completely right. I say that you're my friend, but I have not treated you like my friend. And in action.
I have.
How?
I keep saying things like I understand them, but I'm new and maybe I don't. I just feel like you have. But I think I'm being silly and basing my thoughts off of feelings.
You're
I don't
allowed to do
understand.
that. I'm doing the same thing. My thoughts about the Arcanum are based on my feelings.
No, it's based on fact. They are imprisoning people.
They are emboldened by my feelings. Then let me rephrase. I met you at the gala and I dumped on you. And the moment that I was present for you afterwards, that's how it should be all the time. Yes, I grabbed things at the gala for you and your friends. I think I was just so wrought with the distrust that I felt the need to defend myself when I didn't need to. And you were the victim of that. And I do not want to make you a victim of anything.
You didn't. I was being very dense and you had to explain something to me.
But
And it's not your fault.
I didn't check in with you. I didn't ask how you were feeling. And I wasn't present for you. I was just saying things. Yes, I want to be honest with you, and that was the core of why I said what I said. And I don't want to lie to you. And I haven't.
I appreciate that.
Which is why I'm saying that I can treat you better. And I can be a better friend. I can be a friend.
You are a friend.
And I want to be a better one.
I will work to be better too.
I didn't ask you to.
I didn't ask you to. Very confused.
I'm sorry, I'm not clearing up any of the confusion.
No.
What is it that I can clear up? Why I'm apologizing?
I think I am maybe just being dense, and I don't want to make you explain things over and over. It's not your job to. I just want to make this for you because I believe in your cause, and I want you to be safe even when I am dealing with the other things. And I have to go do that soon, so I want to make sure you have something. So
I appreciate that. Thank you. I want to answer the questions that you have. You're not silly for feeling conflicted. I put a lot in front of you, and I imagine it shifted your perspective a bit, or made you doubt your perspective. That's a lot to contend with.
you clarified things, Monroe. I was trying to walk through the world like I could just reason with everyone, and like I could just change minds as if it wasn't realistic. And if I keep doing that, then you and people like you with clarity of purpose will have to keep shouldering the burden alone. And I don't know if I can take on that burden, and it's not fair to you to not be willing to do what has to be done, but I don't know if I can.
You don't have to.
I do.
Well, we'll take it step by step, then. You're learning. I'm happy to teach you.
I don't even know how to think. I don't know where my instincts come from. I just know that I don't want to kill people, but it seems like I have to. And I don't want to. And that's selfish. And that's not the point. I want to make you a prelude. I want to keep you safe. I don't know if I'll make it back from Illenbell, so I want to make sure you have something.
maybe the things I gave you will make it so you do come back from Illenbell. This is the beginning of my apology. Leans into a pocket, pulls out a small copper bird, a phoenix. It's a puzzle. When you shift it, it'll become a rose. You seem to gravitate towards the train, so I figured I was up all night and I made it for you.
I'm sorry you were up all night.
I chose it. I'm sorry I took you to a nice restaurant and was an asshole. He just nods yes. I was an asshole.
You look so tired. I'm not gonna argue.
I don't want to argue, and I don't want to fight with you. If you are intent on making a prelude, that is your choice. And I'm not going to take choices away from you. I'm choosing to give you this. And you can choose whether or not you want to do the munitions depot. I won't judge you. I want you to do what serves you.
There is very likely a war coming, and the Doom Munitions Depot is where a majority of Driffin's armaments are made. I'm going. And I'm fucking with it.
Well, then we're going and we're fucking with it.
They sit crisscross applesauce on the ground, and they pluck Monroe's pocket watch out of his pocket. We're gonna talk for a long time about who you want to be, and I know that you have a clear purpose. So let's talk about it.
Monroe is similarly tired and feels the guilt is palpable, but he does not say any more. He does not fight Echinacea or tell them how to feel. All right, I love talking about me. I don't. That was a lie.
Oh.
But it'll be fine, because I'm with you.
Talked about teaching, about liberating people, about dismantling what needs to be dismantled. And as that familiar oil slick spirals through the air, seeping through the cracks of the space and catching the light, they will pray for memory to appear.
She does so. As she does, she is in her, her full armored regale. She steps forward, looks at the both of you, just with softness. As she takes steps forward, just places each of her individual hands under your chins and just sort of rubs them gently. The world has not been kind to either of you. I'm sorry. Monroe Tristram Linwood. It is a pleasure to meet you. Monroe looks like he's never talked to a god before because he hasn't. He's like, hello.
This is Minwood.
stories. A pleasure. There is an undeserving guilt that just seeps over Monroe. And Minri just says, what if they see something in you? I implore you to look for it within yourself. Much as I imagine you would implore them to look for the same. Monroe just kind of nods and looks up at you, Echinacea. I would. Shall we work on healing? That word has a heavy weight to it. A hand is rubbing both shoulders. One shoulder of yours, Echinacea, and one of Monroe's, as the 7 blue wings sort of sprout over the two of you. And these conversations are had. And you construct Monroe's prelude.
That exists.
Making problems. Making problems.
If I... Oh,
No, please.
if I can...
Mm-hmm.
The pocket watch, when it opens, for the briefest instant, there is a cage. And then the cage breaks and falls back into the watch as a bird sprouts from it whenever it opens.
Monroe cries.
It's gonna be okay.
Thank you. It's crying without the recognition of it. There are tears flowing, but this is a man who obviously struggles with understanding his feelings.
Echinacea remembers being taken to the Magus Arcanum and everyone looking at them the way that Monroe is looked at when he walked into the humble abode this day. And I think they just sit on the ground with him.
He starts like fiddling with the pocket watch and tells you a story about how he got it from his father. His father crafting it, initially a gift for his mother, but she thought it was too gaudy. She did not think it was a watch befitting a well-to-do woman of Tolesh. So she denied it, but said it would look wonderful on him. And it would look beautiful on their son-to-be. So this watch serves as a promise of growth and change and expansion of family and connection. And Monroe kind of unwittingly expresses this and happily revels in the memory and kind of offers it to Echinacea to hold for an extended period of time, just to kind of commune with the item. You see atop, as the bird sort of shifts, you see an elderly human couple dancing on their wedding night. A visible pregnancy. Monroe's parents celebrating their love for each other. As the prelude is created. And we're going to go ahead and take our second break here. I swear to God, we're going to get this fucking munitions depot into another thing that I'm scorny about. All right. Scorny?
What was that word?
Figure it out.
Scared and horny.
Goddamn right. All right, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for chilling. We will see you shortly. Bye-bye. Hear you. Hello, everybody. We're back. Welcome to chapter 34. We just made Nemesis a prelude.
Yeah.
Well, listen.
I don't feel like he's gonna be a nemesis for much longer.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, what does this mean?
He's gonna be
I really thought this was the easiest nemesis to turn to the light side.
Nope.
No.
Nemesis are long lasting.
Oh no.
So, listen. I just think a budding friendship and growth between Nemesis is kind of fun.
Incredible.
So, cool. Xio, anything you're doing in this time? Otherwise, we can just kind of fast forward.
I would say Xio is
Throwing
simply
ass?
just throwing back some ass.
Showing
Showing Oldiel how they throw
how to
back
throw
ass
ass.
in
Okay.
in the Scorched Isles, yeah.
Julio's like,
Yeah, and then you just get really low, and then you just kind of like
okay,
You wanna try it?
no.
So silly.
You didn't. I'm sorry I said it. It didn't have to be real, but now it is.
No, it's real now. Xio is an incredible. The way Xio twerks is wild.
Y'all ever seen a twink twerk?
Yeah, I sure have.
Oh,
Um,
okay. I haven't.
Yeah, in little shorts
Why
and
the
jock
fuck
straps.
did
Yes.
you look so surprised? Because it's the what? No, I don't know what the fuck. Okay, Xio, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's canon now. Xio is
Doesn't
knows how
matter.
to throw ass.
Fucking sick. Fucking sick.
And it's a type of exercise and workout. What are you talking about? And I think beyond that, we can definitely like fast forward over to the munitions depot.
Yeah, I will
in
say
preparation.
that it's after the 8 hours, so we're at about 8 p.m. Also, Button, I need you to roll on the flex cast, please, because we did not do that.
Yeah. We didn't. Where is the... there you are. 42.
For the next hour, anytime you make an ability check, roll 1d6 and add the result.
Cool.
Add.
I thought of something.
You got a good one.
Xio,
Oh, please, yeah, let me know.
I feel like in between the 8 hours, Xio would have sent like a letter or a message to Roman, letting him know that.
Funnily enough, I will say, there's a knock on the door.
Whoever Kaylin opens it.
Kaylin opens, ready to mean mug.
Xio throwing it back, showing Oldia.
Roman is at the door, and he's just like,
Roman.
Is this how you spend your time?
Yes. Goes over. Hi.
Hi. I heard through a little bird on the grapevine that bird being named. I literally could not think of a woman's name right now. I am so petered out. Alec could not think of a woman's name.
Marie.
Gail Umbridge? Is that the lady you're thinking?
No. I literally could not think of a woman's name. Just a woman's name.
Marie.
I heard through the grapevine that, or from a little birdie, that birdie being named Marie, that there was going to be a little tour of the munitions depot.
Yeah, we're going to be doing it later.
Echinacea and Monroe, you guys are downstairs for sure.
We were actually waiting on Nay, and we were going to go. Are you here to pick us up?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely, dude. You guys want to ride in the
Absolutely.
car?
What's a car?
Oh, they're
Monroe-
very fast.
Monroe's like, cars are very cool. I think you'll like them, Zio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we got a long car that fits a lot of people, and it has little water bottles in it. Water skins, not water bottles.
Water bottles exist. They're actually like this.
You know what?
the
They're
height of life.
No, they're like those little glass bottles. Yeah, no, let's go. Who's all coming? Which is a perfect segue for Alec to say, "Who's all coming?"
Xio, Echinacea, Monroe. Is Kaylin coming?
Do you want me to come? Okay, I will go. Uldiel's like, "Do you need me to come?" The fucking no.
They run inside with her and explain that they are doing crimes.
I'm not opposed to crime, I guess. But I will, again, I have only known you for now 18 hours, so I don't think we're there yet, and I respect that.
Thank you for being so patient.
It's nothing to thank me for.
They know that Richter is a ranking military Driftinian officer, so they're like, I think that's a recipe for only bad. I don't want that. I don't want bad things to happen to you, Richter.
Richter's like, it's okay. It's okay.
What do you mean, what's okay?
You said you didn't want bad things to happen to me, and it's okay if they do. Bad things happen to people. It's fine.
No.
What bad thing are you worried about?
They will say they ran into the humble boat and closed the door. Roman's outside. Out of earshot. You are a truly wonderful person, and you do good things that I can't imagine doing. You got rid of the Mage's Arcanum in an entire duchy. I don't want anything bad to happen to you, and you could lose your rank if you got caught doing something untoward in there.
You're right. You are right. Maybe I should go home.
Without saying goodbye to Lazuli?
You see, there are just piles of papers. I wanted to at least leave her a note. I think I wrote everything I want to say here. So.
Richter.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry for.
Why do you look sad?
I think I just want to be communicated with. And, I would be lying if I said I wasn't grappling with the choices Lazuli is making. My feelings are real. But, I am concerned about the path she is walking down.
You're not the only one.
I know. I am preaching to a very beautiful choir here. So, you all, I think, will be able to understand her reasoning and appeal to her in a way that I just don't know how to yet. That's okay.
Yet.
Yet. I don't give up easy. And, but the Arcanum, I know there's intent to get them out, so with your permission, I'll be thinking on that for you. You have an ally in me.
It's a privilege and an honor. And they bow to him.
He bows. Just as it is an honor and a privilege to know all of you. You see as he kind of sighs and pulls this sapphire ring out of his pocket, puts it on initially his middle finger, and he goes, puts it on his ring finger. Uramil, I'm ready to come home. You know where I am. And you all just hear this swirling of water as this portal opens, and Uramil is just, hello! I've come to pick up my man. Not in that way.
Oh.
Thank fucking God. I'm sick of that. And then I'm headed to Iothalor. Go to meet up with the sad hot woman.
It's
Incredible.
Uramil,
Yes.
could you
Mm.
could you let us know if there's anything amiss with the sad hot lady?
Absolutely. Any sort of tear gossip will be dispensed from me to you.
Because she ordered a wither staff
What the fuck?
from. What are they called? Oh no, I forgot.
The
What skills?
Preservium?
Yeah, thank you. From the Preservium.
I think it'd be smart to tread with caution.
Oh. Do I look like I do anything? You're right. I will be, I will downplay myself. Yes. Fair enough.
Just be safe.
Oh, what is she gonna do? Kill me? Is she?
Hey, fuck you. We don't know.
I don't know. But
She ordered some concerning items.
Mm-hmm.
I will keep you updated. That is a promise.
Thank you.
And I ask you to hold your end of the promise. When you find Koleada, you let me know. And I will come swimming to you.
Thank you.
Uldiel. Hello. This.
Oh no, the tism.
Hello. That's right, I'm loud. Apologies. All right, well, you kids have fun. I will see you. He sort of like grabs Richter by the waist, pulls him close, and Richter's like,
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
get off of me. Just knocked all the dice over. All right, well, I will see you guys later. Good luck. Please let me know if you need anything.
She will get in touch, Richter.
I know. See you soon.
Be well. Say hello to your grandmother.
I will.
Thank you.
Ermi just kind of toodles.
Goodbye, runaway prince.
And he's gone. Thanks, Santel. Okay. And Roman is just like, he's outside and he's like, yeah, so we can go whenever. Monroe's like, you're Roman do? Yep. Cool. All right.
Okay.
Xio will go over to Xio will go over to Roman and then show me this car. I want to see it.
Walk out. You see this long, like kind of steampunk limo looking deal.
Oh.
Yep.
Is it like a carriage?
Yep, but with a steam engine.
Steam engine. So it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt nature.
Nope. it's water powered. Steam, you know? Picking up what I'm putting down? Steam?
Mhm.
Get in the fucking car, we have to go. I don't know what we're waiting here for.
Xio just laughs.
Echinacea, was it?
Yes, hello.
Pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
He puts his hand like a dainty little princess.
They kiss it.
I love
Thank you
Roman
so much.
So silly.
You look wonderful. Please enter the vehicle.
Okay.
Thank
You.
you.
Wonderful too.
Oh, thanks. Looks at Kaylin. Get in.
Jesus, I don't be a butthole.
Looks at Monroe. Get in the car.
I love him so much. So dumb. What an ass.
But you guys begin your journey forward to the munitions depot. You guys were informed about a little presence that hangs out in.
We were informed. Okay. I wasn't sure if we were told.
Hold on.
We know about it above table.
Oh my god, you guys
Lazuli
don't
didn't
know
tell
about
us.
it.
Richter didn't tell us.
I'm gonna retcon and say that Lazuli would have 100% told you, because I think that
And if
she
not
would.
Richter.
And
If not Richter at some
Richter would
point.
have told you. So I think before there's a devil in there. Good luck.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, because you're right. Lazuli didn't say dog shit about it.
No.
Okay.
A lot of things
So thanks to Richter, you guys know that there is the presence of a devil in the basement. But you all drive forward, and you come to the Do Munitions factory. It is this sturdy, like, slate building that looks quite what's the word? It's incredibly imposing and, like, symmetrically built. It looks like a very efficient factory. You see these large barrels of smoke coming from the roof as production is happening. But you can see it's getting later into the night, and you see some of the security outside. But as you park, you guys plan it all inside? What's the vibe here?
We're scoping it out. I want to find, and Echinacea would have said this before, Roman. They've already communicated this, but just reiterating, they want to find any sort of linchpin in the space to be able to try and dismantle it or ruin it. They don't want to blow up the factory. They're aware that this is like, it doesn't exist in a bubble. You blow up a city block.
100%. Yeah. Okay. Kaylin just sort of, well, we can try and mess with the gunpowder. We can really halt their operation.
And this is before we were in the limo, correct?
Yep, yeah.
Okay.
Roman's like, cool. I'm kidding. Fuck yeah, dude, whatever. So we can do that.
If they have an assembly line, breaking it.
I can do that if that is desired.
Well, we have to see what it looks like. I don't know if that exists or not.
Yes,
That's what I'm.
Also,
it depends on.
Is this going to require invisibility?
Wouldn't hurt.
But the devil is also something that we need to worry about.
Well, I have an amulet of non-detection, so true seeing doesn't see through it.
Oh. Actually, really convenient.
No divination does.
Mm-hmm. Well, Monroe sort of takes out of his pocket the layout of the munitions depot.
Sick.
Well, here you go. This is everything. The gunpowder's on the second floor. These large vats first floor. That's where the assembly line is. Don't know what's in the basement. I just know it exists. And
Oh, a devil.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
okay. Yep. He like takes the information. He's like, of course, got it. Makes sense.
That's...
Okay.
Should figure out where they get their gunpowder from as well, where they process it, because that needs to be handled as well.
Okay, that's good to know. We'll do that, and then I think Kelris might be on the 3rd floor. That's where the offices are. If they're there.
Mm.
I need you guys to give me insight checks on Kaylin.
Insight.
8.
Roll a d6.
Oh yeah.
18.
12.
18, 12. That same glint appears in Kaylin's eye. He heard a name, and he might have acted on it. Might have told that person to leave.
I love him.
I'm so sorry, above table, what is the context of that?
So Kelris is the person that Monroe is going to look for and question. The person that was part of the Magus Arcanum. And Kaylin heard the name, and given the context that Echinacea is saying that this guy might go in and attempt to murder this person, Kaylin has, above table, messaged Kelris and said, for reasons I cannot disclose, you need to not be in the munitions factory tonight. Because he's a fucking golden retriever. Okay. So, all right, so I figure we start low, go up. Does that make sense? First floor, assembly line.
Are there windows on the 3rd floor?
Yes.
Okay, then yes.
I was gonna say and there's roof access. We'd be able to get out. I know that you have the figurine of power, plus you have the ability to fly. Xio, I know you can fly. Kaylin,
I can't fly.
You can summon the birds.
Yes.
You have the ability of flight. Like you can.
Yes, I can summon birds for both of us.
Perfect. Kaylin's like, I can't fly, but I'll get a bird.
We'll also get a bird.
All right. Roman is like, so what's the plan? You guys just kind of visiting and like taking the tour, or are you up to anything suspicious? If it's suspicious, I want to hear about it.
I'm really curious about how this works. I've never been in a munitions depot before.
They're big, they're smelly, and they are factories of death.
Do you work as part of it?
But, well, technically part of it because of my surname, but do I work in it? Fuck no.
Then what is you don't work in it, but do you have power over what happens in there?
Kind of. Sure. I mean,
You don't sound very confident in that answer.
Well, my dad doesn't really let me do a whole lot. I do my best, but there are times, dads, they just don't listen. But why? What are you aiming to do here? He kind of leans in as if he knows something.
Echinacea leans back.
Understandable.
I don't like it.
Do you need water?
No, thank you so much for
Of
offering.
Of course.
Just like Echinacea said, we're taking a tour.
Give me a deception check.
My deception. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm going to roll one of my inspirations because I was a 2.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's much better. That is a dirty 20.
It is not enough
Oh,
with this insight roll.
Oh.
Now, we're among friends here, at least I hoped so. I'm sure you're taking a tour and that's part of it, but there's something else at play here. Like I said, if it's fuck shit, that's fine. I don't particularly like what my dad does. Do I like guns? No. They're loud and ugly. And they hurt people or whatever. So tell me it's not
Xio
Roman.
insight. Can Xio insight that it hurts people or whatever? That particular bit.
What are you trying to glean from that?
Is Roman trying to hide the way that is Roman trying to hide a moment of genuineness?
Sure. Oh, is he like masking a moment? Okay, yeah.
Masking a moment of genuineness behind the
facade,
way that
the goofy
the
movement?
facade.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go for it.
So that is a natural 20 for a 27.
Fuck. This individual does present genuine care for human life. That is clear. What is also clear, the natural 20 insight, some natural mannerisms that don't really feel like Roman to you.
Wait a fucking minute.
oh no.
Xio's face shifts into a more serious look. This sort of like this. It's like that dead-eyed stare that they do, where they look almost kind of crazy.
What are you looking at me like that for?
How are you looking?
The fuck did I do?
Going to.
I'm gonna blast his ass. I'm gonna take out my bow and I'm gonna shoot him point blank.
No. Xio is going to mind sliver.
Okay.
So
Is
at
it a saving
will,
throw?
it is a intelligence saving throw.
What's your DC? 16?
DC, let me see, because I'm trying to see, that is a sorcerer ability. So the save DC is 16, yes.
16? Give me 1 second. I thought I had the right sheet up. I did not.
Motherfucker.
Dude. What is the gambit?
You said an intelligence?
Yes.
It is an 18.
Fuck. But this person knows. Or let me double check. So
He would know that Xio did it.
take 1d6 new. Okay.
What the fuck is the problem? Rude.
Show yourself.
I'm right here.
No. Vaughn?
Echinacea gasping like it's just button is like, I knew it, and then Echinacea being like
Yeah. You're in a very dangerous position right now.
Actually,
Whoa, hey,
I'm in a
hey.
helpful position right now. So, you could either take the help, or I can alert the entire depot that you're on your way to fuck it.
Okay.
Monroe pulls out his gun.
Hey, okay. Nope.
Okay, if he's gonna fuck us. trigger finger on you. Now, believe it or not, I want to help in this. I can be Roman. He's safe. He's drunk and passed out in his fucking hotel room. Okay? I didn't hurt him. I didn't touch him. I don't do that to people. So, you want in? I can get you in.
What do you gain from this?
That's the thing, Xio. This will help people. That's what I gain from this. Nothing, because
Yes.
it is an altruistic act.
Insight check.
Please.
I got
A d6.
fuck me. 8.
He does not seem to be lying.
Vaughn,
What?
is this part of my atonement?
It's an impromptu lesson. I just want to see what you'll do. And if the munitions factory is fucked with, which really is something Roman would not care about, by the way. That helps people. I'm sure I am not the only one that's heard about the whispers of war.
If
I don't want that. That doesn't serve anybody.
this is a lesson, then I think I'm owed the details.
No. No fucking way are you
Why?
owed anything from me.
You're not making this fair.
I don't have to. Lessons do not need to be fair.
That is not how a lesson works.
I don't owe you anything. And I am giving you a free pass to do what you want to do at the munitions factory. I'm already giving you something, much to my own dismay. You know why? Because this isn't about me. So, you can take the gift or get the fuck out of the car. You don't get fuck all else from me. Not tonight. Down the line, maybe. Not tonight. So you get to choose. Is it about you? Or is it about the people you can save by the actions you're going to do? There's your lesson. There's your choice.
Okay. Okay, Vaughn.
Shifts back into Roman. Now you can call me Roman, Romy if it pleases you. Where do you want to go first?
Monroe, where is it that we need to go?
He still has the gun up.
Put it down.
Unloads unlocks the hammer. Holsters the gun. I think it would be wise to start off on the first floor, but that would make us closer to the devil. That's dangerous. But it's going to be there anyway, so it's going to be dangerous, period. I've never fought a devil before. I don't know if I'm itching to fight one.
Don't want to fight a devil.
Okay, well. The non-detection amulet's good. It's very good. Vaughn will cast Pass Without a Trace. How many people is Pass Without a Trace?
I feel like it's up to... I don't remember.
It might be depending on modifier.
Oh, each creature I choose within 30 feet. So,
Oh, there we go.
So all of you get pass without a trace.
As long as we're close to Vaughn.
Yeah, which he'll linger.
Ganesha looks at Vaughn. Well, since you're not the real Roman Dew, I might take a page out of your book. And they cast disguise self to look like Gale Umbridge.
Oh, inspiration point that fucks. Incredible. All right.
And the true seeing doesn't go through the
It
amulet.
doesn't go through. You cheeky bitch. All right. Well, that's good. That's very
Wait.
smart.
But is it good for you to be under Gil if Clive was expecting you?
I don't think he's expecting me tonight.
Not tonight.
Oh. Okay.
So, Gale's a good cover. And plus, all right,
Should I disguise myself?
if you want to, it might be smart. But
Xio.
Oh, go ahead.
Xio will disguise self as well. That's
Okay.
just human Xio.
Okay. Tino Jabrino, got it.
Tino Jabrino.
And Aki.
Iñaki, yes.
Okay. And you guys pull up to the munitions depot.
Kaylin and Monroe.
Hmm.
I can make you invisible.
Okay. Do you want me to stick with you?
I would like that very much.
They're right behind you. Monroe says, I can follow as well.
Question.
Yep.
Can in the disguise self can Xio be dressed like how like they're part of the Preservium? Kind of like the way that
Oh, yeah, sure. Absolutely.
yeah, like they're here with Umbridge.
Yeah, that's more than fair. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So Monroe, I can follow too, or I can make my way to the third floor and try and find Kelris while you guys do your work.
It's up to you. I know that you know more about guns than I do.
I'll tell you how to foil it. And you're lucky, the place for processing this black powder, it's north, right on the edge of the Wavering Peaks. It's actually in Shentir.
Okay.
Get you the name when we're out of here.
This is all a lot. They're gonna look at Vaughn. I am sorry for your loss.
Thank you. Thank you.
God. Xio, once again, very much to the thought process of, I do not have the right to say sorry.
Mm.
And
Alright.
is so grateful to Echinacea for sharing that.
Yeah. Okay. You all enter, before you enter, you are sort of stood. Monroe, is Monroe invisible as well?
Yes, I have cast
Okay,
it.
cool. So both Kaylin and Monroe are invisible. You walk forward as Gale Umbridge and a Preservium agent with Roman Dew at your side as this soldier clad in pretty light armor with a and very modern, so very arcane flavored, where it's like kind of like militaristic wear with some armor details, as well as like a rifle and a short sword. Mr. Dew, hello. I did not know we were expecting visitors. Madam Umbridge, hello. I hope the evening is treating you well.
They make a noise.
Yeah, I want to see
Yeah.
Echinacea play Gale. This is incredible.
No, they literally are like I want to speak as little as possible. So they make like a little bit of like a polite sound, but like the tinge of disdain that
Yeah,
Mhm.
that would.
they've
Yeah,
seen in
absolutely.
every bit of her engagements.
Roman's like, we're just taking a walk around. You know how it is. You guys are relieved for the night. You can go ahead and call your crew. We're gonna go ahead and just lock her down for you. Mr. Do, I really should not do that. Are you questioning someone who owns the building? To me, that sounds pretty fucking stupid. And you don't look like somebody who's very stupid. So I just hope you listen to me when I say, pack your shit and go. Tell your friends that it's time to go home. You get the night off. Get out of here. And I'm going to make a persuasion
God.
check. Advantage given Gale. See as he traces a sigil on his shoulder. Clear the building of security. Mr. Romandu is here for the evening with one Gale Umbridge. The building is theirs. Be out immediately. You see as people, the 10 to 12 guard over the course of like 5 to 10 minutes exit the building, and numbers given to you by Richter. Any sort of guard is pulled from the building.
Perfect. Okay.
All right.
And first floor was what? Sorry.
Was the first floor is like gun construction and the assembly lines.
Okay. How is this constructed? Like what powers it? What seems to power it?
This seems to be like completely coal generated. So the heat will run the assembly lines, and there seem to be constructs that help run the assembly line as well. They're built into the assembly line itself, so they sort of are built into the structure themselves and piece together firearms and drop them into delivery deposits.
What?
Hmm?
I guess I'm trying to figure out the mechanism via which it works and what seems like the engine. Because the constructs are like the workers on the plant floor.
Mm-hmm.
I want to fuck with the engine.
Yes, you're able to
everything.
see. You're able to see an engine that is like a coal engine, far at the end that is operating this system.
All right, well, that's my cue. They try really hard to do a southern accent.
Vaughn, as Roman, is like, it could be better, but it's not terrible.
I didn't practice. Okay.
Oh, all right. Well, okay. Okay. So how are you aiming? Because it is like this large, almost like a locomotive engine, above table. So it's large. You can see that there are constructs that are like working to pilfer coal into the engine just to keep it running, so that the conveyor belts are moving, that the constructs are working. They seem to all be gaining power from this engine.
I don't know much about steam engines. But I imagine there's still like the intake, compression, then power, and then exhaust. So I'm thinking, fuck with the compressor.
You can fuck with the compressor. You can overwork the
or the intake.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm putting rocks in the intake. What do I have? Oh no! Oh god, that would be so dumb.
Out of curiosity, while Echinacea is doing this, can Xio go up to the second floor where the gunpowder is?
Yep, absolutely. Okay. I need both of you to just give me stealth checks Please give me stealth checks with the +10.
Okay. Plus 11. 37.
24.
37?
Yeah. It was 16 plus 11.
Oh
Plus
my
10
fucking
death.
god.
Um,
Yeah, you gone. Absolutely gone. And 24 Echinacea, you're hidden. You're able to work quietly. How are you working on this engine here?
It's not going to be enough to just jam it, because that is something that can easily be like fixed by a mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that an engine like this, like even just friends who own like power hammers, they're incredibly expensive. So they are more. I'm wondering if, while like jamming the intake, can I cast disarm on the machine to try? Well, first, can I cast identify to see like what part is the most like expensive, costly, time consuming to replace?
Okay. Yes. You don't have to cast identify. Just give me an investigation check.
But I get a
You get the d6.
and I have a good 19.
19. I'm doing research in the moment. Give me a second.
You can also just make something up. It's a fantasy world
I
and
don't
just say
fucking
doobly-doo.
but I don't understand engines, so I don't know what the fuck to even make up.
An internal combustion engine has 4 strokes: intake, compression, exhaust. My dad's a mechanic, and I can just spout things without really understanding.
I love that for you. I would say that there is this large, you talking with, what's his name? Lapis. Talking with Lapis, you've understood the essence of Aether and like its importance within Driftinian culture, and you can see that there is a large Aether core in this steam engine that is helping power it. So it is helping the operation move. So you can see that this would be the most expensive part of this engine. It is like a secondary power source that keeps like the constructs and everything operating of their own volition.
And I
say, you know, that this would be the most expensive thing to get replaced, and it will render the entire thing inert.
And Lapis needs more Aether.
And Lapis needs more Aether.
Disarm.
How does disarm look?
I'm casting it for the first time. So I'm picking an object, obviously not a weapon or shield.
Yep.
You do have to it has to make a strength saving throw.
It's got a strength of 10. So it's got no modifier. A 3. So you take it.
Okay. I can choose to catch it. I'm not gonna.
It's about the size of your body, so.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. It's gonna land at my feet instead. Damn, I don't know how I'm gonna get this to Lapis. But this core, which I imagine you described it as glowing with like blue arcane light, correct?
Yep, correct.
The deeper, both deeper and paler, this blue that is just bluer. There is this quality that is more eternal in Minri's magic. It is just, it almost defies the spectrum. Starts to encase this glowing blue aether core, and little gears unwhirl and a like rods start to separate, and part of the machine kind of buckles outward so that it can lift out and float in the air and drop at Echinaceia's feet.
Hell yeah.
Or Gale's feet.
It drops in front of your feet. This makes a sound for sure.
That makes sense.
I need you to roll me an additional stealth check as I roll a perception check here.
Oh, and I get to
D6.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I rolled a 19 on the dice plus 4. Math is 23 plus another 4, which is 27 plus 10, which is 37, which is Zio's roll.
Nice. I rolled an 18 on the dice. Plus not enough to get a 37. So you're fine. Okay. Echinacea, you have rendered this engine. You see as the machinery begins to slow and stop, the constructs just sort of slowly put down what they're working on. As you have rendered the conveyor belt useless. It is no longer functional. And it will take incredible amounts of money to repair.
Well, that's something. Okay, they're going to...
Monroe and Kaelin are like, fuck you.
If I do this, there aren't going to be birds. How do I get it out of here? I can summon a really big monkey. But then I won't have birds.
I can put it in a bag of holding.
Oh!
But,
I forgot I have one.
Yeah, so you put it in a bag of holding?
Yep.
Okay, you put it in a bag of holding. I will say,
there we go.
You're not going to be able to put anything else into your bag of holding until that's out.
That makes sense. Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right, and we'll jump upstairs to Xio.
Cool.
Xio.
Is there any steam engines close to where the gunpowder is being held?
No, just as a precaution, because it could be fucking means for an explosive, or getting the gunpowder wet and rendering it unusable.
Yes, which is what I was hoping for.
Unfortunately, they built this intelligently.
Yeah. Because I have shape water, but I was going to try to shape water some of the water into the...
You have the Hamburglar with you. You have Vaughn
the what?
with you. I said
I do have.
Keep saying Hamburglar.
Is Vaughn there? Then, so, are you able to summon any water?
Well, I'm more of a fire guy myself. So no.
Okay. Well,
you wanna blow it up?
No, we're not. No.
Why not?
Because you've said so yourself. This is the purpose of this is to help people. You blow this, an entire city block will go up in flames.
Good. I don't have that, but I do have this. He puts his hand on one of the conveyors as he casts plant growth on one of the vats of gunpowder as he just renders damp dirt around the gunpowder, which renders it completely unusable.
Damp, so it just mixed dirt into the gunpowder.
Wet dirt, you can't separate that. Like it makes the gunpowder.
Yeah.
He says, "Well, I can do that 2 more times." And there are 4 vats. So there still would be 1 vat that needs to be dealt with. Because given like the given the radius,
I think I can take care of the other one. Well, you already did one. I'll do
the other 2, and then you can get rid of that
one. Xio will cast Maximilian Earthen Grasp.
Okay, and try to do like the same kind of wet dirt.
I feel like earth and grass, yes.
Okay, give me an Arcana
Yeah.
check.
Arcana?
Yeah. So let's see if you can make the magic work. And if you fail, I would like you to roll on the flexcast table if you want to try again.
Well, it was a 17 plus 1.
So 18. I'll say
18.
that's enough. I'll say that's enough. It's
Okay.
already like an earth spell, so I think that's more than fine.
Cool.
But, all right.
Mhm.
You and Vaughn
so-
have rendered the gunpowder unusable. I
Awesome.
need you to make another stealth check against the perception check of the devil downstairs.
Mhm. I will say after they both take care of that's Xio will take a pause and then look at Vaughn and just say I know it's not supposed to be about me. And what I want to learn is not about what I gain from it, is what I can do for you. It's about you, not me. And the pain that I caused you.
Well, Viper's hand caused me pain. You just made that pain possible.
It doesn't change the fact of what I just said.
No, it doesn't. People died, which you know, it's been said repeatedly. One good deed doesn't fix that.
I don't want to.
To fix it?
I don't want to forget. I don't want to brush it under and not understand what I meant to learn.
You want to know how I learned about what you said to the Viper's hand? One of them escaped from a prison. Iothalor.
Mhm.
Made it to Alden Gate. Repeated those words back. We're not going to let Brightfury live long enough to answer our questions. Then they slit my sister's throat. So, it's not about me. What you did, the flippant use of your position with the Brightfury, that killed people. I am teaching you that you fundamentally did not understand that organization, and I understand that's why you left, and know that I appreciate that. I've been watching you for a long time. There's still a selfish streak in there. So I'm happy to help work that out.
And you? This is not selfish of you. To take...
What do I gain from you being a good person?
It's not about me being a good person.
It is.
It's about...
It's exactly about you being a good person. Because you joined that organization to be a good person, right? To help people?
So it's not selfish of you to carry that burden alone.
I wouldn't burden anybody with a responsibility that's not theirs to take on.
Then that's selfish.
It's actually selfless to a fault, but I see your argument.
We have to go.
What was your stealth check?
That is a 23.
So, Vaughn rolled a 5,
Oh no.
and the devil rolled a natural 20.
Oh fuck. Yeah. Okay.
Echinacea,
Mm-hmm.
you see as a doorway, a hatch on the first floor opens.
They were going to say immediately to Kaylin and Monroe.
I'll be upstairs. Go fast. You hear me?
Go.
Monroe runs. Kaylin, I am not going anywhere.
Please.
No. You see through this hatch a woman, almost angelic in her form. Pearlescent white skin, yellow irises, long, straight white hair, in a white lacy gown, as she sort of steps upwards. Gale Umbridge. I did not expect to see you this evening. Looks at Kaylin. It's a handsome young man you've brought with you this evening.
Oh my god. Oh no. I'm shaking.
Can I help you tonight, Gale?
You can't.
Can always help.
Mm.
What about you, young man? You look quite scared in your breeches. His hand kind of rests on the hilt, dropping the invisibility. He's already been seen. Don't need anything from you. Well, what's the plan here for the evening, Gale? You seem to be the one with the brains.
Just looking. They kind of like brush dust off of their shoulders
Hit the
and
sigil?
touch the sigil. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. And who would be upstairs?
What do you mean? Who would be upstairs?
Oh, you can attempt to use that silver tongue. It will not get far with me.
Echinacea.
Who is Echinacea?
You tell me.
See these long white fingernails just sort of trace her bottom lip. Content warning. For blood. Sort of just grazes hard enough for a bit of blood to drip down her fingers. She whispers the name Echinacea. Oh, someone that could use help. Help from someone like me, who has much to offer. Maybe a place to hold people in need, a place for them to grow and to change. I could arrange that easy enough. Those pesky memories being held by an ice queen. Easy enough to grab. Their poor husband sent to mercilessly kill his own line. He could be freed as well. All they would have to do is make a deal.
Hey, you should pass that along.
Who is upstairs? starts to step forward towards you.
If there were anyone upstairs, it would be a good idea for them to leave.
Kaylin begins to draw a sword.
Stop.
They're right. You don't stand a chance. I'll be right back. She casts Dimension Door and lands on the second floor. Xio, you see the same woman. Oh, hello there. And what is your name, young one? Speak!
No.
She attempts to cast Hold Person on you.
Oh.
So I need a Constitution saving throw. I will say Kaylin looks to you, Echinacea. You need to go upstairs. No.
Death Ward, they Dimension Door up. So they cast Death Ward on Kaylin, and then I'm going to Flex cast a Dimension Door.
Okay. Flex cast a Dimension Door. Kaylin.
You said Constitution saving throw?
Yes, please.
Oh my god, I'm pretty sure it's the same as fucking always. 21.
21. Add the d6.
To the...
Yeah, it's an ability check.
This is
4.
24.
25.
I'm
25.
gonna use...
You have advantage on perception checks that rely on sight for the next minute.
I'm gonna use my last inspiration.
Okay, please do. I will say Kaylin casts Shield of Faith on you, Echinacea.
God. Thank you.
Nat fucking 20.
Okay.
22.
You feel the grip of this infernal magic begin to take hold of you, but this burst of wind bashes in revolt. It does not take.
Xio immediately latches, grabs Vaughn, pulls them in close, and casts warding wind. So this circle of wind starts swirling around the both of them. Xio doesn't let go as. No, I don't think Xio would run. I think, not knowing where Echinacea or Kaylin are.
Yeah.
But with Vaughn within the warding wind, they will see that Xio looks afraid.
Okay.
Terrified.
Absolutely. You begin to run forward, and you can see Echinacea Dimension Door upwards, and Kaylin sort of running up. His longsword is drawn, the runes sort of lighting up as he just shakingly watches his hand. Go.
Yeah, no.
Go now. I'm right behind you. You do hear thrashing upstairs as Monroe is screaming expletives. You were supposed to be here.
Fuck me. They're going to summon.
He threw his ring of message. Calrus isn't here. Are you guys done?
We gotta get. Wait,
go.
Yes.
Go. You see.
Where are you?
You hear as glass breaks on the third floor, and you can see rappelling down with a grappling hook because he's Batman. As he starts fucking rappelling down. Okay. So how are you guys aiming to get out of here?
Knowing that Xio waits to see how Echinacea and Kaylin will be leaving. They are making their way backwards towards the window, still holding on to Vaughn, ready to engage their winged boots, which won't really lift them up high enough with another body, but just enough to possibly not break their fall a little bit.
Okay.
Echinacea going to try to actually summon owls this time rather than their
The
phoenixes.
phoenixes? That's okay, that makes sense. Because they gotcha.
They've been seen, yeah. So 8 giant owls.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll. Ooh. As you guys begin to escape, this devil wants some answers, so she is going to strike. There are 4 of you. I'm gonna roll a d4. Four. That's Kaylin.
From the ring that Harryoten gave them, Greater Shield.
Okay. And that
+5. To everyone.
I will say this is a saving throw spell.
No!
Yep.
But they wouldn't have cast it if it wasn't an attack.
I know. I that's why I'm telling you. So,
well, then,
do you want to do something else instead?
Yeah.
Please, go for it. I know you wouldn't have done it if you didn't have the, yeah.
Counter spell.
I need you to roll, please.
Okay. Oh, 20.
I am going to roll, as there is an attempted counterspell on your counterspell.
Oh my god.
15.
Oh my god.
Did you cast it at level 3?
I did.
Kaylin takes 74 points of necrotic damage as this devil casts Finger of Death on him. You see as this sanguine red blast, the blood that licks on her long fingernail, flicks forward, and he failed this saving throw. So he takes that full damage, and you see.
It will kill him outright.
No. He has 86 hit points.
Oh my god.
So he is okay. He is okay. He is beyond bloodied. But you see as this sanguine red blasts forward and hits Kaylin right in the neck, right in the opening of his armor, as this red sanguine energy blasts into a black necrotic blast, and blood, just content warning for gore, just sort of spurts outward as he just he sort of stands and in response just raises his hand. He looks to get out of here as he casts Guiding Bolt. He does so, and he casts Echinacea's Defensive Dome on you, Echinacea.
It's a reaction to an attack.
That's right. Yep. So he blasts and starts running with you.
He's on a bird. It has 80.
Perfect.
60 feet of movement.
His attack roll hits, and she takes, because he casts this at 3rd level. She'll take 20, doubled to 40 radiant damage as it blasts her. But once you guys leave the munitions depot, she does not give chase. You're flying on the birds. Monroe is on the ground, and he just sort of he's
on the they would send him a bird. There are enough.
Then he has a bird. Okay. So you guys are kind of flying out. What's the plan here?
We have to get out of the sky. The griffins.
Yep, down. They will fly. Echinacea will lead.
Okay.
And remembering flying the phoenix in their dreams, they will not dash once they have left the munitions factory. They're flying safely. and they will keep to the roof line, like the second or third floor of buildings, and just weave in and out of streets toward the humble abode.
Okay.
And then they will keep pace with Kalen.
Kalen is
And-
hugging the owl and just doing what he can to stay conscious.
Should we
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna fix.
Yeah,
they're
through the
gonna-
sigil? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
He heals for 16, and then I'm going to Embers of Life.
Okay.
Does that say 4? So that's another 20 total after
Okay,
like
so
20 some seconds.
yeah, so he'll heal for 36.
36.
Okay.
He's
definitely looking better, but there's still like a black scar across his neck. This just sort of necrotic gash it's not going to go away. But you can tell that he is healing.
Over the sigil,
Yep.
Xio calls out to Echinacea. Is it safe to go back to the abode?
I need both of you to give me a history check right now.
Okay.
Just given behavior.
13.
13?
I still get to add the d6.
Correct.
15 plus 8, 23.
The devil didn't leave for a reason. It is bound to the space. Couldn't follow you if it wanted to. And it would be not wise for Clive Dude to make any sort of action at the behest of a devil.
Mhm.
Not publicly, like attacking someone's abode.
She got my name.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I will go somewhere else. Everyone go home.
He just says, Kalen, you have the non-detection amulet. She won't know where you are.
She was still able to use divination somehow to learn about me.
She heard it.
Okay.
Devils.
I don't know how that worked. I will go somewhere else.
No.
I will.
No.
I will go to the Pugilist pub, and I will meet you in the morning.
We're safer together, I think.
The outskirts.
We can leave the city limits for the night. All of us. I'm not leaving you.
What if this is what happened to Lorien? What if I did something wrong? And then... Please, I will meet you in the morning. Please.
No, Echinacea.
Do you think that's best?
I don't want you to get hurt.
You already made me feel a bit better.
Let me again, one moment.
I still think it's smarter to stay together.
Echinacea is not necessarily thinking intelligently. They heal Kalen another 12 as they swoop in.
I will say you guys are closing on the abode. What are you doing?
Please. I don't want to be in this city.
Hey,
And I don't want to be alone.
you won't be alone.
Then come with me.
Okay.
Okay. The abode is still up in the city. You fly outside of the city limits, I imagine. As you land, Kalen sort of stands, and he will cast Tiny Hut. He sort of stands. You see this purple magic of this safe domicile kind of form around. He says, "It'll be ready in a minute. We'll be safe in here."
Vaughn is still with them.
Yep. He's like, "I'll dip out and watch the city, make sure nothing's following us. I will be stealthy." Sort of walks toward a tree.
Vaughn,
What?
I know I don't have a right, but I'm sorry.
Thank you. Steps back into the tree, cast Tree Stride. Okay. After a minute, the tiny hut is summoned. You guys are all able to fit inside of it. Kalen just sort of kind of takes his armor off and starts tending to himself as well. He just sort of, all right.
Can I help?
Please, just it's okay. It's okay. Everyone's okay. We're safe. Monroe.
Xio.
Go ahead.
Xio tries to, without unknowing of their new powers, Xio tries to cast Healing Spirit again, and it's unable to because it is a one-time.
One-time. Yep.
And feels sort of hopeless in that moment. It's kind of like, come on.
So, hey, Kalen grabs both of your hands. Monroe is outside. He's standing with a rifle, just keep protecting the perimeter. Kalen just grabs both of your hands, and he's like, We're okay. We're okay.
She knows me.
Devils know things about people. That is how they get them to make deals. I could already... The way she was looking at me, it's like she knew things about me too.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. That is how devils, they prey on people. They know things. I don't know how they know these things, but that is how they prey on people's fear and their weakness, and we didn't buckle, and I'm proud of you. It's okay.
Thank you.
We're okay. He's still just sort of like, there's a bit of a gravel to his voice as he's just kind of taking a hit to the throat.
So sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's not your fault. That's not your fault.
Yes, it is.
She shot me. That you didn't.
No, I get to add a d6. For the healing, for the non-magical healing.
Yep. It's an ability check.
17 plus 11, which is math. 28.
He is up to full.
No, sorry, that was for it to succeed or not.
Oh,
so,
yes.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
13 plus 1. Double your proficiency bonus. What's my
Your proficiency bonus at this point is plus 3.
13, so double is 6, 19, so he heals 19.
Okay, he is almost up to full. He just looks at both of you. This did not go how we expected. We knew it could get bad. She is a devil. We must anticipate that she knows things about all of us.
We still succeeded.
We did.
That's one thing that we can look forward to.
That's okay. We're okay.
Monroe.
Sort of looks back. I'm not seeing anything. Is everybody okay?
Are you okay?
He's shaking. He's like, oh, yeah, just adrenaline's pumping. Is everybody's okay? Kalen, are you all right? I need verbal confirmation. Is everyone okay? Is everyone safe?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'll stand out here and just watch the perimeter until
No.
we hear back from Vaughn.
Just, you can come in and out of a dome as
Yeah,
long as you haven't
yeah.
made it. Echinacea's just gonna go stand with him and like tug on his sleeve.
What?
I wasn't allowed to be alone. You're not allowed to be alone.
Not alone. You guys are right there. You look shaken up. I'm shaken up too. But are you okay? Devils play tricks.
That may be. The fear in Echinacea's eyes is almost resignation. I thought making a Fae Queen mad was bad. I don't know what she's gonna take from me. I don't
Yeah.
have a lot left.
If we have anything to say about it, nothing. I'm sorry. She could have looked at any one of us, heard our names, and said a million things about it. She wanted to scare us, and it worked. Just can't go back there. I don't think she can leave. If she can't leave, she can't do anything to you.
Clive Dew can.
Clive Dew's a man. And I will not let him touch you.
I don't imagine he does his own dirty work. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Hey. It's gonna be okay. I'm sorry.
Maybe I always sticking my nose into other people's business. Maybe it's a pattern. And I just can't remember it.
What I do know is that I'm glad that you were there to help all of us get out. What I do know is that you just saved Galen's life. You just saved Xio's life. You sure as shit just saved mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
If
Please
that-
come inside the hut. Drew.
I don't think you did anything wrong. Like I just said, you saved everybody. You did, that's just a fact. Okay. Don't argue. Sorry you're feeling this way.
Let's go. I didn't see if Xio was hurt or not.
Okay, Xio?
Xio is sort of blankly staring out into the forest. While inside the hut.
Yeah. What are you thinking about?
Just the wideness of it all. How the layers keep piling on. And how in that moment Xio felt more helpless than they've ever felt in their life. But all that was important to them is to make sure that Vaughn was safe and to make sure that they didn't leave Echinacea behind or Kaelin behind. I don't think they go to sleep. I think they wait until there's a lull and there's a silence in the hut till later to exit out.
Okay.
I don't want to stop Echinacea if Echinacea was like hoping to do something. I think for Xio
Just later in
and
the night, you will exit at some point.
yes.
Okay. And Echinacea, did you have something to say to Xio?
I think they would have just checked Xio to make sure he was okay.
And you would have seen that sort of just blank stare and hopeless look.
What can I do?
Done enough.
What do you need?
I don't need anything.
Everybody.
Xio, you have a look.
I don't think it's anything that you can give me.
Give you? What do you mean?
I need peace of mind. That I'm in the right path.
If you find it, could you tell me where?
Like Xio uncharacteristically doesn't laugh. And instead just sits in the dome, stares out into the forest, and continues to do so.
Echinacea will also stay up all night, but they will be learning. Private Sanctum from the Morozov spellbook.
Okay. Perfect. You spend the time, you spend the gold. Kaelin takes watch. Takes first watch. Stands with his sword out. He checks in with Yuzio before he exits and just because we can't give you anything doesn't mean we don't want to be here. And while neither I or Echinacea can give you peace of mind, did something good today.
Xio doesn't respond.
Just squeezes Xio's shoulder. The outside. Stops in with Echinacea. Patiently waits until they're done, like transcribing spells.
Oh, it's gonna take 8 hours, so
Okay.
you can talk whenever.
Are you okay?
I'm learning a spell to keep us safe from divination, and then I will feel better. How are you doing?
Is there anything I can do for you?
take stock of yourself and see what you need, and then tell me.
I've been healed. I feel okay.
It's still there.
It will be a scar. And that's okay. It's just another line of paint on the canvas that is me. It's okay. I don't need anything right now. If I did, I would tell you. Promise.
I believe you.
I know. You don't need anything.
There is nothing we can do except wait. I feel so foolish.
Why?
I thought I was safe.
Nobody was safe there. And I'm sorry that you felt safe and had that taken from you.
It's my own fault.
How?
I should have known.
You should have known that you weren't safe?
Yes. But now I know.
Sorry.
Isn't your fault.
Like I did tonight, I won't stop trying to keep you safe.
They will, if he allows it, just kind of hold them, or hold him as they continue to work on the spell. I will say, if you leave, Xio, I'm conscious.
I think Xio remains awake for as long as Echinacea is also awake. I don't think they're waiting for Echinacea to go to bed or anything. They really are just staring and contemplating different reasons. Xio is not actively waiting for people to go to bed. Xio doesn't even have the thought of other people around them in mind. And I think as the first rays of sunlight start breaking through the foliage, and I'm sure the dome doesn't last more than 8 hours as well, right?
It's 8 hours. So
Yeah,
right when
so-
that sun starts, it kind of dissipates.
Xio stands the first bit of movement since they arrived here, and they take some quiet steps towards the edge of the forest, or the area around them, and they look up into the canopy. And they're not far from the group. Helitis. And it is a call, it's a summon in that moment.
As the wind begins to pick up, the leaves around all of you, tired in this moment after a long and terrifying night, the wind licks up more and more. Xio, are you thinking about Istris in this moment too? That conversation that you want to have.
The moment that Helitis arrives and shows himself, Xio gives him a single look. It doesn't look away, and just as loudly summons Istris.
That's the moment Echinacea runs up to Xio. They were giving Xio space.
You both feel as the wind picks up to a gale. All of you, all four of you outside. You feel it as the earth underneath you begins to shift. It almost feels like thunder beneath your feet. As on one side of you, the resplendent form of Helitis stands, and on the opposite is the foreboding figure of Isterus. And with these two primordial entities facing off with the group between them, that is where we're going to call tonight's session of No Realms Tolesh.
Ooh, yeah.
We'll pick up with that next week.
Oh my god.
Oh man. Oh boy, oh gosh, oh geez. You called your dads and they're fighting.
I've been shaking for the last half hour. I've been
Oh, no.
I've literally been like oh my god.
Thank you guys for hanging out. Played a little
Thank
bit
you.
longer tonight, so appreciate that. We'll go ahead and start with outroing our players, starting with Angie.
I'm Angie. I've been playing Xio Marino. You can find me online at Agonethetic on all the places that matter. And I'm like one of those little chihuahuas that's just constantly just like just vibrating. Yeah, that's been me for the past half hour.
Thank you, Angie. Blue. Would you look at that? Button.
Hello, my name's Button. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. My pronouns are they, them. I play Echinacea Bellerose, who has another problem that knows their name.
Problem would have known anybody's name. They just happen to have heard Echinacea's. All right. Thank you, Button. My name's Alec, pronouns he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. We will throw you guys into a raid over to another TTRPG channel. And until next week, we'll see you later. Bye, everybody.
Good night.